Allow me to demonstrate the skill of Shaolin, the special technique of shadow boxing.
gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting with your boy Snare, as we're going to be going through TI10 qualifier action for Southeast Asia. Yesterday, we got to see a lot of interesting things happen. We only hope that today measures up and we get the highlight matchup. I do not think that we're going to get a better game than this one best of 3 that includes the grand finals. This is going to be the hype. TNC Predator taking on Fnatic. It's a best of 3. Let's get into it. Fnatic playing on Radiant side. Got TNC chilling out here on the Dire. We do see that one of the things that is quite important, of course, is winning this gets you into the grand finals from winner side. Psychological advantage, you don't have to play first tomorrow. You might think about having a warm-up, but it makes a huge difference. Fnatic, they had themselves second pick. TNC went for Lion first. I mean, they banned Timbersaw and Io, so in the event Fnatic were going to bring out their Puck for Chuan, you of course want to make sure you have the Lion in advance as a way to deal with that. We see, of course, on the other side, Nyx Assassin as well as the Leshrac. Picked up here. I'm wondering about the Slash. The thing I feel about it, right? The Lesh Nyx Assassin, like I've been talking about all the time throughout the qualifiers. If you're picking Leshrac, you have to have banned or pick Nyx Assassin. I believe they lost the game with this yesterday. Did they lose with it, or was it the game they won? I don't know. I have to go back and check. TNC get themselves the DK. Quite a lot of options available for them, but most likely this is going to be the Bok DK. Generally, he's the one that plays it for the team, at least when the team succeeds at playing this well. One of the things as well that I will find interesting about how they proceed in this game, Fnatic yesterday relied quite heavily on being able to start the game in a very dominant position and snowball off of a win. Things always started to look a bit iffy for them as the game extended later and later. TNC erstwhile, their games were interesting. They relied a lot on Gabby hard carrying the game late. They were able to garner some decent success like that, but it's going to be an interesting clash of styles to see which one of these two teams comes out strategically ahead. TA removed, of course, because you don't want to give Armel TA. Can't give him TA, man. Armel TA, Armel Lina, do something about it. Do something about it. It's been interesting as well seeing Death play on the side of Fnatic. Kind of feel like he's slotted in nicely into the team. There are still some games where you can clearly see that there's growing pains that still need to occur. But for the most part, I'm really happy with his contributions. Spectre banned away. Gabby's been playing what? Spectre, Terrorblade. Played like Terrorblade twice yesterday. Where do we go from here as TNC? They will, in this particular game, of course, be thinking to themselves how close they were to actually qualifying just through points. They were so close, man. They were so close. Had they won that series against T1 in the tiebreaker, they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be here. Given how well T1 performed, T1 probably wouldn't be here. This might have been Fnatic versus just Boom. How things change. And there we go. There's a Terrorblade removed. Gabby will not have one of his signature heroes. And Fnatic leaning once again into playing the game from a dominant position and snowballing early. Picking up this Luna hero, whose primary proposition versus other carries is how fast you can come online and be useful for your team. So in this sense, it does fit quite nicely into how Fnatic have been approaching the game for the most part. TNC, what will we need to see here? We've seen Lunas dominate a lot of the off lanes. If DK is in the off lane, DK doesn't really do anything to Luna. At the same time though, Luna doesn't always have the ability to kill DK once you hit level 3 especially. TNC, this is a bit of a run back. We've started seeing this more and more today in general. A hero that has fallen out of favor for the most part, but There are some great uses in this game. Soulbind gives you double spells on Lion, double Dragon Tail stun on the Dragon Knight. Of course, the massive slows that can be quite useful for the earlier portion of the game. DK wants to buy a Blink Dagger as his first item. Inkswell on him is very useful. You also now have the option for when you get to picking a hero for RML, you can pick something that's a bit more active that gets into the opponent's faces in order to utilize Inkswell again. So though it has fallen out of favor, definitely can see its use and utility in this game. Abaddon picked on the other side for Fnatic. I love this Abaddon pick. You cannot have Leshrac in a game without a save, in my opinion, for it to be effective. And Luna, you can, but you really like to have some kind of saving hero in the lane itself to ensure that it's very difficult for the opponent, regardless of how they decide to configure the lanes, to actually kill Luna. Have this Abaddon here. Miss Coil, Aphotic Shield, Luna will be fine now. And of course, you get that deeper support for Leshrac later, once Luna has a bit more independence in the fight. TNC, come back here for the Life Stealer. Life Stealer. Okay. Okay. I can see this. Obviously, no immediate synergy with the rest of the heroes directly, except for infesting into DK, carried by the Inkswell, but very solid laner. Once you get into the Luna's face, you can actually kill her. This does suggest to me that whatever hero they get for RML in the mid lane might be like some Storm type hero. Unless they're gonna play DK mid. I mean, didn't RML play DK mid yesterday? Or the day before? Somebody played DK mid, but I can't remember which team it was. I wasn't really a fan personally, but it could still be a consideration. Either way, whatever hero they pick up last, I still want it to be a hero that buys Blink Dagger. We see this Doombringer banned out by Fnatic, but I'm kind of hoping for lesser utility style hero and something that just gets in. Doom can be a hero that does that for you, but it's very dependent on how the game is going. Yes, Doom would be amazing versus Lesh and Luna, but I don't necessarily see them on TNC picking it themselves. Doesn't feel like it helps them with their timings. If they do want like some anchor style hero, as we see the Kunkka being banned out, perhaps it's still going to be the Death Prophet for RML. Yo, this Kunkka yesterday looked, yo my god, I can understand why this ban is here. Makes perfect sense to me. TNC. Need to think now, where is DK going? Off lane for Bok or in the mid lane for Gabby? Would prefer something active like I've been mentioning. Fnatic do have the last pick, so for them it's pretty clear cut. We're just deciding if Death goes off lane on the Leshrac or if he plays something else. Whenever there's an Abaddon in the game, I prefer to have Lesh from the mid lane, but it'll depend on what they want to pick. And here's the hero that goes in. This is the Initiator. What? Last pick Puck, 9th for the game. Okay. TNC Predator, somehow not banned. This feels like it would have been a really good ban. Storm Spirit's a bit dangerous, but I think you can still play Puck quite well versus Nyx Assassin. Puck is extremely elusive. RML, one of the best in the business. And of course, another way to be able to get forward with the fight. They have an incredible amount of tempo right now, TNC. It doesn't seem like they're going to be angling towards any kind of late game. We're going to skirmish, we're going to fight. They're going to meet Fnatic head on. This mid-game timing they want to reach, having obviously the Blink BKB on the DK, Life Stealer. I think this game you go, do you go AC or just SNY into like Basher? I think AC might be nice. Puck, of course, another one of these heroes that can be quite annoying for Luna to play into. Especially if she gets Aghanim Scepter, you just like get isolated at the back of the fight. Even if they can't feel comfortable approaching you to kill you, you provide a lot of annoyance. In this game, Abaddon of course will help a lot, but what else will we have? We get the Tidehunter, the big melon for death. Alright, so this is going to be some interruption. Before this, they didn't really have a tanky hero that could get in front of the fight. So now they have that deep counter initiation. It becomes a little bit difficult for TNC to find clean fights. Killing Tidehunter with their lineup, unless they commit the finger on him, that's the only real massive burst they have that'll kill Tide before they Ravage is a possibility from the Melon. I like this Tide Hunter pick actually. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. You fare fine in the lane versus the Lifestealer. Back in the day, Lifestealer had open wounds. That was annoying to deal with. Nowadays, meh. Gonna be laning in with the Grimstroke as well, so the tools for killing Tide in that lane, they exist, but they're not really substantial, especially because we're gonna have Jab supporting him on the Nyx Assassin. I like this Fnatic draft. I like this Fnatic draft. Hey, Jacob D'Souza, welcome, comrade. How's it going? You favor TNC? I mean, this is a very classic TNC style of draft, right? Looking at what they brought to the table here. We've seen this kind of style from them before. From Fnatic, we have seen this style of late. This is their new favorite meta. Let's see if it'll work out. Or if it's going to be the TNC comfort with the anime DK. Horrible skin. I hate it. But I'm not going to hate this game. I'm going to love it. As game number 1 is on. It's underway. Let's do it. Things, of course, starting off with the customary pause. It's Dota 2. What can happen? If things don't begin with a pause, then something has gone wrong. I like the fact that both teams also have ways of pushing down these towers. On the side of Fnatic, you have the Luna, the Leshrac, DK available from the TNC side, and depending on the build, Lifestealer certainly no slouch at munching down these buildings. This right here though is one of the most, we must buy BKB on DK, we must buy BKB on Leshrac and Luna as humanly early as possible. God, there's so much magic damage. Unless like Leshrac can somehow hustle an early Shroud, then I can certainly take it, but otherwise nah. There's a LOL? That's some BM. I was wondering why they're tipping each other, but then I realized, look at the voice lines. In particular, look at the teams they're coming from. Motivate, Trust, and SMG. 2 other teams that were considered firm contenders to be in this position even. Ah, that BM, that salt, you gotta love it. Ha. This is the kind of game where there will be constant fights. Not that long cooldowns on either side from their primary heroes that want to initiate the engagements. Although Fnatic will be a bit more reticent after a while given the presence of Ravage. However, the threat of Ravage in this game is so huge that they might never need to use it. And Boomy. Nice. 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 What's pretty nice is that even if Jabs had leveled up the Impale, the cost point of Impale is longer than the cost point of the Earth Spike. So it's pretty much impossible to actually win out the click war in that situation. Boomy didn't even have to worry. Got the 3 runes for his team. Does get blocked off from the easy passage into the safe lane, but we'll just port there, it's fine. We see now this mid lane, Chuan versus Armel. This is a classic C matchup that we've been seeing of late, the Leshrac versus Puck. Of course, see that the camp has been blocked already, so Armel will be having a slightly more difficult time in terms of finding some additional gold utilizing those side camps. Top lane, Gabby versus Death. Yo, this is a lane where nothing should happen if it's just these 2 heroes inside it. Of course, Jabs and Boomy will run each other around, drag quick equilibrium up and down, but Lifestealer and Tide Hunter, these 2 heroes will never hurt each other. Down bottom though, there is some hurt that's possible on this side of the map. DJ, on his Abaddon, has to get in front of the Luna to prevent her from indulging so much harass from the side of TNC. Without that presence, Buck is pretty much free to have as much free time on the lane as he wants. And I actually thought they were going to lane the Grimstroke, or the Nyx Assassin, excuse me, down here initially, but they do not prioritize getting that initial kill. I thought they were gonna, what I mean by that is they pull down the Nyx, try to get a first blood, and then TP DJ back up, but doesn't seem to matter. Wilmy know that they can't really pressure this DK, so Bako's gonna farm for free. So will Raven for the most part. A lot of these heroes in this game early on are going to be farming for free, but everybody is okay with this. An interesting development that we've seen over the course of these qualifiers has been the fact that everyone in C has become so much more patient. I know it's kind of a meme that lol see aggression every game. And of course it is a damn meme. There are some teams that play that aggressively. It's not everybody. But the one thing that was definitely true of the Southeast Asian region was discipline wasn't always there. Now though, see a lot of discipline from these teams. Sometimes over disciplined and they make mistakes that they might not have made in previous times when they're playing more loosely. However, it's maturity, it's growth. We love to see it. A typical Luna versus Lifestealer matchup is that the Lifestealer is better against the Luna 1v1, but Luna gets ahead so quickly that she's a massive threat to the entire team. So what ends up happening is that in the fight itself, Lifestealer needs ways to get to Luna. Fortunately, those are here in this game. However, if he's not able to, he might find that his team is cut down to size before he can effectively get out his own damage. The removal of open wounds also made a huge difference because it's very, very difficult as Lifestealer by herself to stick on Luna nowadays. That's why I was considering how early he might consider getting Basher in this game, just to have some kind of additional dimension of lockdown. We'll see what he decides though as time goes on. But now I kind of feel like this very static rhythm where everyone's just slowly but surely farming. I think this benefits Fnatic, I think. The scaling into late game doesn't 100% favor them. It's not like a necessarily super easy game because Lifestealer becomes an absolute monster in the late game. At that point, you can't kill him before he gets to you. But towards the latter portions of the mid game, Fnatic can get very, very strong at that point and become very impossible to fight, given the fact that Leshrac and Luna can farm so quickly, in contrast to the Puck and the Lifestealer. But they need levels to get to that point, and they need farm, and if they're getting it uncontested, good for them. Hey Ginger, what's up OG, what's up? Lifestealer, if they can get the shard off of the Roshan, I think they'll maybe consider giving it to him. Because the other shards like aren't that amazing, right? You got Fireball. I mean, Grimstroke shard's pretty good. Like the Grim shard is the option. You either get that, you get the Lifestealer shard, or you get the Puck shard. I don't think you really want the mana drain that early on from the Lion, and Fireball sucks. Well, it doesn't suck, but it's very average. I have TNC for my predictions of the series, but I predicted the series would go 2-1. I actually do think this game's gonna go Fnatic. This is a very nice rhythm for them. And also the entire team of TNC doesn't really have an answer for Tidehunter. And this Tidehunter is getting a very good game early on. Death. Level 3 Anchor Smash, dude. Okay. And the thing is, because they have this Abaddon, provided they can get an early BKB on the Luna, they can make it such that Lifestealer can't actually kill Luna in the duration of Rage. So you can't get on top of her, and therefore you're always in threat of Ravage. We see now fight, the first one happening in this game. They move for the mid lane, but unfortunately Tims, with the stuns missed out by his team, gets turned around upon, and Schwan gets the kill. Armel, I think, did he miss that Dream Coil? Did that happen? I'm not sure if he missed it, but didn't look like it connected. Either way, Chuan was 100% fine. Alright. That is gonna do wonders for Fnatic's confidence and will be very upsetting for TNC. Not a great way to have your first rotation into the mid lane go. And Leshrac is ecstatic from that. You get the first blood without having to move from the lane itself. Like, life is good. And it dragged off both supports from the side of TNC. So that means that they're not going to be present in their lanes. Gabby's popped the Rage. Gabby, that's what I'm talking about. If Rage is down, you're dead. Ravage, Split Earth, Impale, Lucent Beam even. If you don't Rage CP, you're 100% dead. And we see Gabby pay the price in the top lane. He gets brought down. Big movement there from Fnatic. And they're going to turn that movement potentially into a tier 1 tower. This Leshrac sticking around in the top lane. But with the fortification, they're at least going to back off. Raven. They might consider moving Leshrac down here. Try to find a kill on this side of the map. But Gabby's just moved off the lane entirely. He's coming bottom. They want to pop the DK form. Get some tower pressure going. They managed to defend their own tier 1. So if they manage to get the other one on the other side, you feel a lot better about this. Bok. There we go. Pop the dragon form. And I think they get this with Gabby's presence. It's very difficult to imagine they defend. At the same time, they're trying to force this through in the mid lane. I don't think they get this mid tower. They'll maybe get like 40% damage on it. Armel rotates in. Needs to be careful. Jabs is in the vicinity. Actually gets hit with the... Okay. They didn't communicate correctly there on the side of Fnatic that kill was coming. Armel will live because of it. Dreamcoil was thrown onto Chuan. They kill Tim's down bottom. There's actually a passenger here. It's the Lifestealer who pops out. And they get the damage down to kill the Leshrac. DJ also in danger. Will get right click down. That was a very odd sequence of events from Fnatic. He actually got impaled and they had the Split Earth prepared to go. Leshrac just didn't imagine that this next assassin would land a raw Split Earth. His lack of faith ends up costing the whole team. And now they're rotating middle. Bok will use the remnants of the DK form to pressure the mid tower. Instead of having to lose their own, they're getting damage onto the opposing one. Although they do end up losing the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Umi finds the impale out onto Jabs. Just to say hello. Just to greet him right now. TNC these last couple of minutes have been extremely kind to them. And it might even become kinder as they find a Dragon Tail start out onto Chuan. Chuan though gets Orthotic Shield on top of him. And he turns this around with the damage onto Bok. And they manage to bring down the Dragon Knight. Armel. There's no mana for a Ravage. Ironically, there's going to be the Impale. There's the mana for the Ravage. Do they have the damage for the kill? Indeed they do. Death. Raining it upon his opponents. Twice now he's popped Ravage. Twice 4 heroes have died. And with no defense available from Puck or DK. And fortification, I believe already... No, they have it. They have it back. They have it back. So this tower won't fall. But they definitely feel happy about the state of affairs. We do see the Hood of Defiance picked up quite early, so... I hope that you're going either Shroud or early BKB, my friend. I don't want to see some Sanjin Kayas here. Need to make sure that this Leshrac is survivable if you're playing on the side of Fnatic. First one for TNC. Still haven't seen the decision yet. Lifestealer are gonna go for Armlet SNY. But let's hold that thought as top lane. Jabs looking for the initiation onto Bok. Lucent Beam will be there. They've opened him up. There comes the Gush. Minus armor will allow Luna to just right click him down. Look at Jabs with the body blocks. Where you going, homie? Where you going? Don't you want to stay and have some fun? They take him out. They're going to try to find revenge from TNC in the mid lane. Looking for DJ. Borrow time. Not available just yet, so they should be able to find this kill. Oh, Aquatic Shield. Prevents it a little while longer. Ultimately does still die. And this will allow them to take the tier 1 tower. But they could pay for this. No deny, unfortunately. So they're all able to get away to safety. Yeah, real talk, Death I think has played some of my favorite games. Like in terms of his own play, where I'm like, yo, I'm actually really impressed by what he's doing. I love as well that they're advocating for the double Hood of Defiances. One on Death, one on the Leshrac. This way, you're not just wholly reliant on one hero being present in the fight to help you against the Puck. So wherever Puck Lion are, you can't help yourself survive a little while longer. Speaking of those heroes, they're smoked up. Moving towards this bottom side of the map, trying to find a target. Not going to be so lucky just yet. Gabby does scout out a few heroes. However, they don't have the blink dagger just yet from Armel, so it's quite difficult to find this initiation. Jabs, he might be able to find it instead. Sentry is dropped down. There's going to be the Hex Finger. Boomy with the game sense. That was right on time. Tron and DJ were moments away from closing in. Boomy, though, helps to turn it all around. Fnatic. Still finding ourselves with a very kill light game this time around, as it has been in general in the entire playoff qualifiers. The DJ, of course, heading in for that Holy Locket early on to make sure that the heals come through as strong and as potently as humanly possible. Especially considering that this Luna is opting not to go for early BKB. She's going to be a bit more aggressive, going for the Skadi and the Manta, statting up all the way. Gabby's going to try to countenance that as well, but Gabby has magic resist and magic immunity, doesn't have to worry about this in the same way Luna does. Tier 1 tower looking like a very juicy target here for Fnatic, with Tron activating the Diabolic Edict. They know that there is no glyph to pop. Will they be able to find the stun? No, they don't. Armel evades the split earth. Jabs is trying to reach for him though. Beautiful impale there. Ravage from death. This time it misses, but they still get the damage. They still get the damage. Will they try to counter this though? Dreamqueer was dropped down onto the Leshrac with now the Grimstroke ult with the double Dragon Tail stun. Lesh is in a bunch of danger. Lesh is gonna die. DJ was also the other hero stun, so there's no Aphotic Shield. Aphotic Shield is gonna be down onto Jabs. Eclipse pop from the high ground by Raven. He tries to turn this fight, but Boomy, beautiful Earth Spike on the 2 as Gabby pops out of Bok to try and run down some targets. Somehow nobody's dying just yet. Death brings down Boomy on the western part of the fight. Who else is gonna get taken down from this one? Can he get out of this? Death. Kraken shot pops. He's still fine. DJ in the corner. Raven coming back. Rage is being used. Jabs find the Impale down onto Tim's. And with the Anchor Smash Gush, they get the kill onto the Grimstroke. Does cost the life of Jabs in the process though. Armel has respawned and returned. Do they have the damage to kill Death? But Leshrac is also coming back. So TNC can't chase too far beyond their river. And they will retreat. Long drawn out engagement on that one. Fnatic ultimately though will prevail, bringing down 3 heroes for the cost of 2. Death, the big winner of all of this. He almost has Blink Dagger, dude. My god. Compare and contrast how well he's doing with the DK, who just got the Blink now. If DK had Blink that last fight, things look so much better for them. Honestly though, they got the best case scenario for TNC. If that Soulbind hits literally anybody else, Leshrac is 100% fine, turns around, gets damage out onto everybody. But fortunately for them, it just so happened to be their leash onto the Abaddon as well. Speaking of Abaddon, gonna do his job here and break a smoke. Man. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. And they want to get this D-ward and then get out of here. They know that they've been scouted. They get out and they see Jabs. He's walking underneath the sentry. And Jabs seems to be aware that something is awry. Do they have more vision of him? He's literally at the cusp of the vision. Are you kidding me? Boomy, man. This guy today is having a great game.
I'm dead.
Things are very, very tight right now. The aggregate farm of these core heroes on the side of Fnatic is higher than that of TNC, but this Lifestealer leading the pack, but not that far ahead of the Luna. Quite surprising, honestly, that Raven is finding himself in this much of a better farm position. I really thought that he'd be a lot closer. Oh, it's not the other way around. That Gabby's in this good of a position versus Raven. I really thought Raven was going to be able to find so much more farm on this Luna, but TNC, they made sure that the Lifesteal is involved in some very critical kills, and sometimes you get the gold not from farming creeps, but from farming heroes. Yo, don't forget Tundra in the mix there from West EU. I actually have a feeling that one of those three teams, OG, Nigma, or Liquid, is going to get knocked out by Tundra. I'm not sure which one though. I haven't made up my mind just yet. I think Nigma's still going to win, but you know, anything can happen. Also, Boomy, wherever he puts these sentries, this is the second time in a row he's been able to get a D ward. This must be so frustrating for DJ at this point. It might be both him as well as Jabs though, because neither of them are raking it in at this point. Tier 2 tower. Under siege, they have Diabolic Edict, Ravens nearby. They should be able to pick this one up. Because they have Blink Ravage and TNC know it, it's quite difficult to go directly in for a fight. We'll see though. Gonna come and stack around here. They don't have the full complement. They still have this lifestealer farming on the other side of the map in the jungle. So even if they do get a very quick jump, they might not have the full burst just yet. Armel getting some slow. Buck, Dragon Tail stun up. Aphotic Shield will come out. Chuan, will he be able to get back? Oh no, there we go. The leash again onto both of them, but the Blink Ravage comes through. Only connects onto Buck as well as Tim though. Buck will be the first casualty. Gabby evaded it by infesting, but Tim's has no such luxuries, so he'll end up being the double kill. Although Boomy threw back the Earth Spike, connected onto several heroes, but they just lack the damage. Just lack the damage. TNC. Just have to watch. Tier 2 will fall. 2 heroes will fall. And everybody from Fnatic will escape. Shaken up, but unscathed. Honestly, I don't think OG is a good team. And I don't think they haven't been a good team for a while. I thought they were going to be a good team, but I don't think they've been a good team. And their performances at the last tournament that ESL won, I personally feel the only good teams at that tournament, or rather the only teams that were playing well at the tournament, were VP and T1. Everything else felt a little bit strange. Also, I really hope that I actually don't want OG at TI. I would hate to have them win back-to-back TIs. It kind of reminds me of, remember back in the day, the ancient mythology of Na'Vi being present in every TI grand finals. I think it was healthy for the scene to have that era, but then ultimately move beyond it. It was fine to have 2 TIs, we're out here, great, but can't just rely on OG magic. It has to be, for the scene to evolve, there must be different ways of approaching victory. Now the next challenge is going to be a team that's dominant all year and wins TI, and then wins another TI while being dominant all that year. Tier 1 tower in the top lane, taken out by TNC as they rise through the Tier 1, committing the Dragon Knight form. Neither of these teams have a very easy route for killing the Roshan without the other team noticing and trying to stop them. We haven't seen the Deso being queued up for the Lifestealer, so TNC will largely have 0 negative armor on their side. Fnatic do have the Gush. So between Gush and the Luna right clicks, it is possible, but it's not a very speedy process either. It's actually interesting to see how many wards are not present from TNC around this area. I think they're making this read themselves. They're like, there's no real point in thinking about our win condition being securing Roshan. It's not going to happen, so why worry about it? They do have their outpost taken away from them, and maybe now they have to consider potentially Fnatic forcing out this Rosh. This Death will wander inside the pit. They know the fight is coming. They have to know. So what will they do here? One gets out because look, they were there uninterrupted for like 15-20 seconds. They did like nothing, dude. D, yes. You see, that's why you my man, dog. That's why you my homie. D gets exactly what I'm saying. It's a good thing for the scene when these curses, mythology gets broken and changed. So that's the last one. After that, I don't know if there's any curses left. We'll invent new ones. Stands right now, game is still very much in the balance for both teams. 11 kills to 7. Gold graph 6,000 in favor of the side of Fnatic. And Luna has officially overtaken the Lifestealer in terms of farm and net worth. I believe it stays this way forever, provided Luna doesn't die again. We'll see. Gabby is doing really well though, getting all this net worth in. About to finish off the Skadi. We'll have his before the Luna does. She stopped over for another item in between, of course. TNC as right now, I kind of think, oh hey, there we go. We got the Eternal Shroud, sweet. So this is a problem. They have this Eternal Shroud, right? We still don't see Luna queuing up BKB, but there's no fights really happening right now, so it's not that big of a deal. The main issue that I'm trying to think about how to TNC get through it is going to start being just a lack of overall damage. It already started being a bit of an issue in that fight we saw in the top lane. Several heroes fell fairly low, but that was when, for example, Death had Blink Dagger just with the Hood of Defiance. We will get the Orchid as well, so that's one hero that's not going to be able to dish out spells. Not everybody's going to buy BKB, it's only going to be the DK. And if Lifestealer, God forbid, ever gets caught with the Orchid and can't rage, what do you do then? Dude, Death's such a smart player actually. Dude, are they going to smoke up and try to reveal this Orchid right now? I think they might have scouted this out, but they just saw the Oblivion Staff. They might think he's buying Echo Saber or something. Dude, if they can get away with this and reveal this, this would be so great. They smoked up right now. See how far they can go. TNC Predator don't have an observer ward around this river area. One is protecting the jungle though, but they're playing safe. Game sense is a tingling. Lifestealer in the trees, ready to break any smokes here. Indeed, he's gonna break one on Death. And they should ping this out. And they see him under the ward now. So they see the Orchid. They understand the threat level. They know what's coming. How will they itemize to deal with this? Gabby wants Satanic still. You'll set up for Armel, that makes sense. And of course, we already have the BKB for Bach. Alright. Will still never forgive OG for robbing my boy FY. Let's not talk about OG, honestly. There's a lot of hurt. There's a lot of emotions around OG. Recent history notwithstanding. Fnatic streaming into the Roshan pit. Gonna try again on this one. They see TNC sieging the tier 2 tower in the bot lane. So this is a classic maneuver. Things that we do not see all that much anymore. But as one team goes to the tier 2, other one instantly runs for Roche. Well, in particular, Radiant team instantly runs for Roche. Dire team rushes for the tier 2 bottom. The way things have been looking lately, because everybody's so disciplined and trying to play around the Roshan, around these big objectives, of late, it's tended to be the case that one team can't take Roche without taking a big fight just before the pit, or by catching the other team completely unawares. TNC clearly knew that Roche was happening, but they chose the tier 2. Aegis now in the hands of this Luna. Raven, baby, is starting to get scary. Look at Chrysalis on Luna, dude. Gotta love Raven. Yo, by the way, if they give us like TI fantasy cards and stuff, for years and years and years and years and years, a secret to playing this game has been putting either Gabby or Raven in the carry position. Thank me later. Raven in particular. The last time around it wasn't that great, but 2 years ago, my god. Well, you know what I mean, 2 TIs ago. There was no TI last year, feels bad. Raven. Level 18 acquired for him. The team is now pushing for the tier 1 tower. TNC using the time to reclaim their own outpost. They do not want to fight into this Aegis Luna. They'll try to avoid her as much as humanly possible. Thing is though, this is also time that it's not that easy for them to start outstripping the Luna in terms of farm and net worth, nor the Leshrac. Hell, even the Tidehunter. And these levels are really scary for Fnatic. Yep, 18. Very terrifying for Tidehunter. Luna's already there. At the very least, do have the BKB from Brock, and there's obviously no nullifier from the side of Fnatic to deal with this. The Dispels, they do not have any on the side of TNC, no. Well, they don't have the Aghanim Shard yet. They have the Aghanim Scepter from the Grimstroke to acquire the Dark Portrait. If they do get the Shard, then they'll get the Dispel, but not on the cards for them right now. Instead, the strategy is going to be turn Raven against his team. Let's see what they can accomplish. As the push is coming, Fnatic feels strong enough to just go for a fight right now. With the 4k gold lead, they might be able to do so. Big Ravage comes at the same time as Soulbind, but they've caught Gabby. They've killed the Lifestealer. Look at the damage though, coming in from the Dark Portrait. Oh my god! Oh my god, the Dark Portrait illusion destroys Fnatic. And now Raven is isolated. Armel gets a double kill by bringing down DJ. It turns into a full fucking team wipe. What? Dark Portrait. Are you crazy? That was insane. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. Tims, baby. Tims, even if they lose this game, Tims is MVP. This item purchase, this reveal. 2,000 gold suddenly. Oh my god. Oops. Even like it kind of ruined my voice even that fight. Tims, man. Tims. And it looked so good from the side of Fnatic. Death reveals the Blink Orchid onto Gabby. It could not be a better situation, right? You arrive at the fight, you eviscerate the Lifestealer. A big hero gone without buyback at the time. You're on the high ground. Everybody else seems so squishy. It could not get better, but the Dark Portraits. Yeah, if nothing, yeah, I was about to say, if nothing else, you have to buy a BKB for that. Immediately, BKB queued. Wow. Fnatic. Now suddenly on the back foot. Now Chuan, mid lane, gets jumped on by Bok. Aquatic Shield will save him, but you won't be able to resist the secondary stuns. Will he die here? Yule Scepter into the air. He's trying to stay alive for the time being, kept alive. Soulbind will be there, but is not going to be followed up by any damage from TNC. They don't feel confident enough to actually go for this kill. Death in the meantime scouts out this Lion. Do they have enough damage to kill Boomy? Of course they do. Death lives up to his name, finds the kill. And this will let them get the outpost back if they want it. Potentially push into the tier 2 tower in this mid lane. More importantly, will provide some much needed catharsis after that last fight. Not full catharsis, because they'll only feel that once they kill Tims. But that's looking like it might become more difficult, because Tims, look at this build now. Blink Dagger Aether Lens, prioritizing being able to stay back in the midst of the fight. And come in to find that Dark Portrait. He also has a Psychic Headband as well. Dude, Tims is gonna hard carry this game. Are you kidding me? Fnatic, terrified of Tims. They're literally buying BKBs for Tims. If not for that push going the way it went, there's no way that this Luna Q's BKB. She was gonna go Daedalus or Butterfly. Raven was feeling himself, but Tims comes with the Dark Portrait, and sometimes, you know, you see yourself in the mirror, gives you some much needed humility. That was the craziest thing I've seen in a long time. Oh man, he's gonna get the Aeon Disc as well. It's going to become really problematic for Fnatic to deal with him afterwards, because then it's actually very difficult to ensure that you can kill him before he just presses one little spell. Just the one.
Nothing to say.
Kendrick was singing Be Humbled, Saint D. Oh man, 2K gold lead does come back here for Fnatic, but the experience lead is firmly in favor for TNC. What does suck though is all of that crazy stuff aside. That was a wild situation, but it didn't really help them because they still found themselves with this lifestealer unable to really do anything. I think he's also buying BKB here. I hope it's not a Deso because he absolutely needs it. Can't even afford to just say I'll buy Manta and try to deal with it that way. You need BKB to be able to deal with and run into the Leshrac, Tidehunter, Nyx Assassin, and the Luna. Gabby certainly has his work cut out for him in this one. Raven feeling very strong. Feeling a little bit humbled. Had to sit down for a sec, but everything's back on track. Chuan bought BKB, now can buy Shiva's God. Becomes very difficult to kill this Leshrac. Dude, was that the Luna's first death? What? Wow. Okay. Okay. That was the Luna's first death. That was the Tidehunter's first death. Okay. Alright, I see. Oh, yeah, I see.
Steady bomb BB.
The spam of the Team SMG lines again. Yo, I need to learn the C meta, of the C meme meta, because this BM game is fire. My god. This is yo. That's just lovely. Amounts of shade being thrown. It's beautiful, man. Game will resume now. TNC and Fnatic, game number 1. Stakes are pretty high. It's a spot in the grand finals. Guaranteed that you'll be playing tomorrow in the game that matters. Because ultimately, this game doesn't actually matter. It only matters to get you into that last game. But all of this is in service of that one BO5. So coming in through winner side, you can go to bed knowing that you're there. You lose this best of 3, you go to bed knowing you still have to play against the winner of Execration versus Boom. Not like it's going to be an easy contest either. Quite important here. Put your best foot forward. Right now, Armel is the most farmed on the side of TNC. Has been supplying a huge portion of this damage. And will try to increase that output by going for this Dagon. As the Enchanted Quiver as well. Been very effective in these fights. Indeed. Oh, that Gabby, man. Gabby knows how to play Dota 2. Buys BKB. We were watching NA, maybe even Eastern Europe. He would have bought Manta, but Gabby knows what's up. Buys BKB. I think Arteezy is the only, like, Arteezy and Yawar are the only NA lifestealers I've ever seen buy BKB. Explains a lot, right? Well, in Fear back in the day, but you know, Fear, which hero would Fear not buy BKB on? Speaking of that item, Fnatic will queue up their second one and finish the build on the Luna. Double BKB now in tow. She can resume her progress towards Daedalus without any kind of guilt. Look how carefully Fnatic played until they got these BKBs. They literally avoided everything. They're like, we are not going near you. We do not even know you exist. But now we have BKBs. Let's go. Bring it on, Tims. Let's go, Tims. Try again, Tims. Jump forward, Bok. They will be able to find the stun. Aphotic Shield not going to be there just yet. Onto Chuan. He's still in a little bit of trouble here. Finger of Death does come out. Jewel Scepter keeps him alive a little while longer. Soulbind going to be onto DJ and Jabs. Jabs is gone. BKB popped by Chuan. There's going to be the Eclipse. The Ravage let rip as well. We'll bring down Bok. Buyback will be instantly coming out from this Nyx Assassin. Back in the fight. Armel looking to bring down Chuan. Won't be able to do so just yet. Bok, he brought back too. Blunk in onto Death. They get the damage onto the Tidehunter. And he's gone down. Chuan doesn't have BKB anymore. They almost kill this Bok. The Nyx Assassin with the Burrow puts out a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Puck survives. Leshrac will go down instead. Death also buying back. Raven trying to do damage from the high ground is not adequate thus far. They get the stun. They get the silence out onto Gabby. Gabby, He's dead. Death brought back. Help to deal with him. And they will be able to bring down the life stealer. Expensive fight indeed. DJ, he will live. Gets a tip for being able to put out that final aquatic shield that allowed Nyx Assassin to keep the chain stuns going. Alrighty. Fnatic. Expensive fight, but a fight that's definitely worth it in the end, as Luna's gonna pick up this Aegis. Aghanim Shard also on the deck. Not available for TNC to grab. TNC, they know that they're short-staffed on the side of Fnatic. They're even more short-staffed from TNC, but will they be able to get the snatch? No, they won't. No, they won't. Armel, at the very least, gets the consolation kill onto DJ. DJ drops the gem. Death will protect it. However, Fnatic, they take the fight and they get what they came for. The Aegis onto Luna, the cheese onto Luna, and the Aghanim's Shard as well. Ground targeted Lucent Beam. She can now play even further back in the fight. Abba, Holy Locket, Mistquill, Aphotic Shield onto Jab. That support play actually helped make sure that Lifestealer dies. Gabby will be very unhappy with this. Rage, BKB, all that magical protection, it still wasn't enough ultimately. Also, what's really scary is despite the fact that they managed to rock Fnatic a few times back on their heels, the one hero who was never back on their heels was Raven. As we quickly see Jabs getting brought down here. Some revenge from TNC. But in that entire fight, Raven was very comfortably high on HP, high on mana. Positioned well. It is a source of concern going forward for the rest of TNC that the fight was that difficult for them and they never really even approached Raven. How will they deal with this? Bok will try and supply some additional damage. It's additional tank ability, getting that Black Dragon going. Pretty much has the Aghanim Scepter complete. Tim's also had virtually zero impact in that fight because of how well Raven was positioned. Raven also definitely doing the right thing by building into Hurricane Pike. Was just shuffling out his item build though. He's actually changing his mind. Wants to go for Lincoln Sphere first. Okay. This will help against Blink Hex Initiation, Blink Dragon Tail Stun. Basically, it's just to make sure that he can get off the BKB. If Luna gets off BKB, she's immortal. And also, they want to allow DJ to 100% focus on the Leshrac. We spoke about this earlier in the draft. Once Luna becomes an independent young woman like this, then DJ can start to parent the old man instead. It's actually the cycle of life. She's out here living her best life. The Rainbow Pony, those old and decrepit, need somebody else to take care of them. Nyx just the award in the ground. I do not know. That might be the case. I'm actually not sure. I haven't seen that into action. Fnatic smoked up now. All the way up until the base. Oh, Ravage comes out, connects on the 3, but they only find a meager Lion kill at first. Dreamcoil connects for 3 as well. Dragon Tail will be thrown out onto the Leshrac. Do they have the follow-up damage for this? DJ will end up popping his borrow time. Gabby trying to run down Death. Death already going to lose his life. No buyback available for the Tidehunter. Raven pops the Eclipse, goes back into the fight. Do they have enough damage to kill Bok and Gabby? No. Bok will get infested for the bonus HP. Now Gabby turns his attention back towards the Leshrac. In the meantime though, we do get off the damage onto the supports on the back of the fight. They're gone. Bok, his BKB expires. His life expires as well. Armel cannot bring down Raven because DJ is just keeping the Raven siege going. Heal after heal, Aphotic Shield after Aphotic Shield. Raven just sitting there dishing out the deeps. 15,000 damage dealt by the Luna alone. And TNC forced back. Everybody's dead. Armel does have buyback. Luna does not care. And they just got the buyback online for the Grimstroke. They have to do something soon. Because if the tier 3 falls against Luna, Rax is soon to follow. Raven ups the Manta. Gabby, he knows he can't do anything. This is what I was talking about in the game. Gabby can't get on top of the Luna by himself. Needs the rest of the lineup to be available. But Puck by herself can't be the one that jumps in either. Needs to be the DK. DK is dead, so that means the racks are gone as well. What a time to be alive. That Raven, the BKB went down in that fight, right? At like, he didn't even use BKB. Are you kidding me? That's actually incredible confidence from Raven then. Okay. If he didn't use BKB, I thought he was trying to bait Tim's to come back. Because Tim's was at the very beginning of the fight, sort of positioned in a good place, right? And Ravens ran past the Lifestealer and Dragon Knight to look for Tim's. And I thought the idea was that, okay, he's going to bait with BKB, try force Tim's to turn around with Dark Portrait. But I guess Raven's just that good, doesn't need to do it. Just kills him raw, heads up. And now still has access to the BKB, has Lincoln Sphere. They actually double up on this because Tidehunter buys Lincoln Sphere as well. Leshrac doesn't seem to need it, but goes for the Wind Waker. So everybody's all in on this defensive train. They probably feel to themselves that, look, if they can't kill us anymore, if their initiation with Buck is no longer dangerous to us, then what do they actually do in the fight? Fnatic. 9k gold up. They're getting some T4 items that are quite interesting for the team. Penta Edge Sword, I think did you give it to Luna? No, she has Illusionist Cape. What does Tide have? Tide has a Cloak of Flames, Elven Tunic for the Lash. Man, they actually got some really good items. I don't think you want to sacrifice any of these for like the Penta.
Nothing to say.
Nobody really needs it. But like Telescope on Batten is also really good. TNC got the Telescope on Lion. Did you give him the shard? Not the shard, the Aether lens as well. Of course, we still have the Psychic Headband on the Grimstroke. After that one crazy moment, this is also what I mean by discipline from these C teams now. How many times in bygone eras would we have seen that push fail with that huge Dark Portrait coming out? And then we'd actually see it again in the game. We'd have another highlight where we're like, oh my god, this is turning everything around. However, in this game, Fnatic instantly realize what the problem is, instantly know that there's a way to address it, and instantly address it without having to commit to fights that they're not prepared for, without putting themselves into bad positions on the map, without sacrificing positive vision, hell, barely giving up control of that outpost, being able to consistently smoke and contest it, if not necessarily to fight around the area, but to force TNC to be aware of the area or to move in that side of the map, giving them time to get these BKBs. And since they got them, it's looked like we're right back on track to that dominant streak they had before. They take the mid-racks. TNC somewhat scrambling for a way to respond right now. Did a massive smoke move, but fortunately for them, though Gabby, yes, can become a late game monster, it's very far away from being at that point, given how farmed Luna is. And unfortunately, now we see a smoke as well from Fnatic. This might be their last fight from TNC. Tims will get himself ravaged. Oh, that's cathartic. Kill Tims, he's gone. Huge jump onto jabs though. DJ has his borrow time popped as well. Will they be able to get anything else out of this? Raven still not popping BKB. Borrow time will not be there much longer, so we'll bind onto 2. Lincoln Sphere does get popped. Luna and Chuan need to try and run away here, but the double hex coming out with the triple earth spike. The rabbit from the lion. They got the finger out. Raven's gone. Chuan, can he TP to safety? No, he cannot. Killed without buyback. Oh my god. Has TNC just turned this around without even needing to use the Dark Portrait? Death now losing his life as well, brought down by the magic damage of TNC as they isolate the Tidehunter. Backdoor protection will keep the tier 2 tower in some relatively decent stead, but it's still losing HP. The creep wave is coming. Luna buys back. DJ buys back, but Tidehunter cannot. Oh my god. Will they be able to find a way? TNC do not want to call the bluff. They will respect the Luna buyback. They will not try to force this one out. There's still more real estate that's less risky to take on the map. And TNC Predator. Oh my goodness. What a game. What a game. Jireen just pulled up a very good point as well. Every time that we've seen this Luna actually activate the Manta style, he moves the Daedalus, the Skadi, and the D-Lance into the backpack, then pops the Link Manta style before putting them back in. That way you reduce the effectiveness of the actual illusions if they get taken for a Dark Portrait by the Grimstroke, but the illusions themselves are still strong enough with the Moonclaves to keep these waves pushed out. Fnatic now, all their heroes respawned. They're going for a fight. There's very few buybacks available. However, both of those buybacks do reside on the side of TNC. Fnatic will have to be very wary about taking a fight, because they will be at a numerical disadvantage if the fight goes awry and TNC start issuing the buybacks. Arcane Pike now fully up for the Luna. When you already buy, there's one great thing about buying back. You no longer have to concern yourself with saving money. Spend it all. TNC, despite being so far behind, despite having lost the racks, they can understand just how close they are to actually winning the game. If they can find Luna one more time, he'll be dead without buyback. Little do they know, the same is true for this Leshrac as well. Victory is within sight. Will they be able to get there? DJ just trying to get these D wards. Gets hexed up for his efforts. Armel jumping in. There's going to be the jump onto the Luna. And Bok in the meantime trying to find a stun onto Chuan, but they don't infest out just yet. They feel like this jump isn't the best one for themselves. Bok will just pop BKB. Get out of here. So Armel had a potential bead on the Luna, but made the decision not to go for her. Roshan though is now an option. One of the great things about having Nyx Assassin with the Aghanim Scepter is the defensive potential it gives you around the pit. I mean, look at the ranges of these spells. How do you approach this on the side of TNC? And they know this. Bok tries to get in, doesn't have a BKB, remember. Nice pop out with the infest. Eclipse will be used to get the Aegis. Chuan able to snatch it. Raven man fighting against Gabby. Bok trying to get away from the fight. Chuan will end up losing just the first life though. Gabby will be able to get away with the flicker. Alive for now. It's gonna be just a Roshan with an Aegis taken. This is an advantage so far for TNC. They just lost the Lion though, so this somewhat changes things. Will they be able to get the escape with the Puck? Puck caught potentially, but no, it's Puck. Puck's fine. Oh, dude. Armel making sure that he's fine by zapping down the creep that was being TP'd onto. So just a 1-1 trade. Did they get any additional goodies though on the side of Fnatic? I do not see a cheese anywhere. Do not see a refresher shot. I do see a Aghanim's Blessing, so Puck also managed to pick that up. I would imagine that he also managed to get the cheese as well. Maybe somebody popped it in the fight. Might have been the Leshrac. Aghanim Scepter from the Grimstroke. Very, very useful. That fight didn't need to be that effective, but it's interesting from the Luna. Buying S and Y very late on into the game, swapping it in for the Manta style, so opting against having illusions and rather opting for the status resistance that comes with having the S and Y. And she's gonna start building into an Aghanim Scepter of her own. She'll need the Blessing because she's effectively 6 slotted right now. We are getting to that point with the Lifestealer also going S and Y, but I think you replace the Armlet. Do you replace the Armlet this game? I don't know, man. That Unholy Rage is quite strong with Satanic. TNC have the freedom to play the game as they wish, given that they're not dealing with an Aegis on the other side. Have the gold advantage. They do not, unfortunately, have the objective advantage on the map. Death has also been having a really rough time. Since picking up this Lincoln Sphere, we've had no progression coming in from the Tidehunter. In fact, he's even been overtaken by Tim's on the Grimstroke. Just what you need to find a way to use this Ravage effectively for themselves. Somebody might need to find a Nullifier, but who buys Nullifier on the side of Fnatic? That way you can at least pop it down onto Bok, have some degree of Chain Disable, and not just have this Orchid Silence. It stands though, Fnatic feels like they just want to wait until next Roche. And we've gotten now to this late stage of the game. Luna's fully plateaued. Lifestealer's gonna catch up. If Lifestealer gets on top of you, you die as Luna now. Good times. She's no longer crazy far ahead. Fuck. Gonna smoke with the team now. Maybe they're waiting for Amal to just create some space. They do have a little bit of vision in their own jungle with a ward down, spotting out the movement from Fnatic, but they're primarily concerned with claiming an outpost, regaining some map control and experience. And there's DK buying Nullifier. Jireen, I think the AC would be better than this. I'm not sure. I think that at this point, the AC doesn't help them that much, right? They have so much magical damage at this point that AC is only going to be useful to help with the Lifestealer. He doesn't need the help. I don't know. I prefer Nullifier just to help you actually kill. Like, he's the one that's been initiating the fights also every single time they get into an initiation. Armel's been primarily the secondary initiator. So if Bok is able to get the jump on a hero and prevent them from being able to use the BKB immediately afterwards, he can set up for so much more than just having AC. And Lifestealer is super strong. It's fine. Armel, they're smoked up right now. We're gonna see proof of concept of this Nullifier being used. Will they be able to get this kill? Armel on the high ground. Infest out. Gabby looking for Death. Death is gonna be in some danger here. Dreamcoil puts him in a bad place. He's gonna lose his life. Being right click down. There's no chance for a comeback here. Will buy back to come back into the game. Dark Portrait from Tim's does get destroyed, so Raven makes sure to remove his own doppelganger. In the fight though, Bok, BKB, popped by Chuan, they turn their attention towards the DK, who pops BKB to try and escape himself, and there's no way for them to stop him. This is problematic for Fnatic. Only a 1 kill for them, and that kill is on a Lion, erstwhile losing the Tidehunter, who's forced to buy back. And Roshan is still quite a ways from respawning. Fnatic. Dude, did Tims actually win the game? That one fight? I think he might have actually just won the game. I was literally we were talking about this in the draft, right? About how the game plan from Fnatic in terms of how they've been getting a bulk of their victories is relying on large snowball victories where they get really far ahead, they crush you, and then suddenly the game's over before you know it. And they were looking like they were trending towards that direction. 30 minutes in, we're experiencing a high ground push. By all accounts, it should be a successful high ground push. You lose your Lifestealer. Things looking quite dire, but TNC, what's their thing? Their thing is being able to hold out for the late game, enable Gabby and Armel, and allow them to carry them through. And we're at that stage of the game right now. And the Gabby, let's just say I would not want to be playing Luna in this game versus this Lifestealer. I'm also really glad that Gabby decided to pick up the flicker and keep it. Often one of the main things about not being able to get in and out of the fights, like I was speaking earlier about perhaps he buys Basher for another way to be able to lock down and deal with the Luna moving away from him. But in this situation, the option is rather flicker and Swift Blink. That way, you're not necessarily relying on some RNG potential. You just know you need raw damage. Get on top of the hero. You will kill her. The additional attack speed, you will kill her. Bottom. Oh, they get a catch here onto Armel. I don't think they'll have enough time to get this kill though. Nyx does not have Yule Scepter. So there's absolutely no way to set up for this kill. Things looking very, very close right now. But break generally either way. Simply do not know how the game is going to pan out. Fnatic though will find DJ in trouble. That's going to be a dead. Yeah, he's gone. He's dead. He's dead. The question is, does he die alone? He was into the air actually, so that's the Wind Waker keeping him alive, and the borrowed time actually to get the full heal off. Triple Dream Coil coming in, but the Soulbind to Dragon Tail stun sets up for the kill onto DJ. Raven trying to turn this around. Ravage comes out, but the Infest has taken the Lifestealer away from the fight inside the DK. Armel now trying to jump back in, but gets caught with the Lucid Beam. Armel gets brought down, and what an impale from this Nyx assassin. Split Earth follows this up onto Tim's. They need to try run away now from TNC. Bok stunned up by the secondary Split Earth. Sean opening up this fight. Gabby blinks back in. Split Earth again onto Bok. Will Bok die? Yes, he will. Armel fights back into the engagement, looking to try and make a mark here. Help out Gabby. Jabs is still in the same position, burrowed in, doing his thing. Death not dead just yet. Will dodge the illusion orb, still going to live, still gonna blink past Armel, so won't get brought down. Eventually they bring down Jabs and Death though. Windwalker, will it get Chuan away to safety? No BKB available for another 22 seconds. Trying to stay alive, getting into the trees, still going to be living. Armel looking like he wants to give chase. Raven also in danger. Raven doesn't have BKB or Satanic. Raven's gonna die. Chuan did manage to escape, but Raven brought back, and here is gonna be this Nyx assassin yet again finding an incredible initiation. Chuan shows up now, Split Earth on the two. Gabby trying to fight through Jabs, trying to kill this Nyx. Won't be able to do so before Bok dies, and might not be able to do so before he dies. He's gonna get brought down. Gabby dead. 100 seconds in the grave, does have buyback, and they also managed to bring down Tim's on the high ground. Fnatic, can they find Armel? No, they can't, but they will find a respawned Roshan. Aegis, Cheese, an Aghanim Scepter inside, all the goodies you could possibly want. Jabs, Jabs, mother freaking Jabs. Umi, can you try to do the Jabs thing, man? They're buying back on TNC. Both offlaners, somehow the two heroes that aren't alive. The Rages taken by Raven. Raven gonna now have to fight against Gabby. We see them bring down. No. Lion does eventually down the high ground. Split up. They fought Gabby. They caught Gabby. Gabby's dead. No buyback for 2 minutes. Yule Scepter from Armel. Will he survive? Will he be able to jump away here? Jabs trying to look for him. They do not have to blink forward, and he's trying to interrupt the TPs as he knows that Fnatic want to go for the jugular. They're trying to come through and end the game. Nyx assassin, man. Nyx freaking assassin. These impale stuns, these spike carapace stuns allows Fnatic to follow up with the chain disable. 100-0. Gabby dies, and that should be the game. Without buybacks, Bok is still dead from that fight. Tim's, Raven, I know you want to do it, Raven. There we go. I knew you wanted to. I was about to say, I know you want to refresh Lucent Beam and say, screw you, Grimstroke. Now let's see your dark portrait, bitch. GG. Just call it. Game's over. Ancient is falling. TNC, they will not give up. Armel, though, will end up getting lasered down. Although we never give up sometimes, the building itself has to give in. Backdoor protection won't be good enough because Chuan goes into the base and buys a freaking Desolator at the end. GG, well played. Fnatic, oh my god. Yo. Fnatic. What a game from them. That was very impressive, Dota. That was very impressive. Alright, yo. Yeah. We were blessed here. We got to be blessed on this one. We got to experience some genuine greatness. A long drawn out affair. TNC almost came back into this one. They end the game. Look at these inventories. One team has 5 blink daggers. The other team has 2 Lincoln spheres, 2 BKBs, one that's in the backpack. Everybody has some OP neutral items. We've got Wind Wakers. We've got last minute Desolator purchases from these Leshraks to make sure they can punch through the backdoor protection. Oh my god, dude. That was, what a game. What a game. What a game. That was some of the wildest though that I've seen in a while. That was awesome. They almost did it, honestly. They almost did it legitly on the side of TNC. That last fight by the Roshan pit. Okay, just before the Roshan pit. The fights, firstly starting around the river behind the Roshan pit, sort of started off proceedings and ends inside the Roshan pit. Oh, Ginger! Hey! Hey! Thank you, Ginger. Shout out. I need a stream deck so I can play like a beat or some bang or something. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate it. Like, so what they did and how Fnatic won this game. TNC were actually winning, no cap, right? They forced a really bad Ravage out of death. It's a Ravage that doesn't connect onto anybody except the DK, who's far away from the fight with the Lifestealer inside of him. They connect on one support, I think. The support dies, but who cares at that point? You're thinking to yourself, this looks really bad for Fnatic. Fnatic are trying to retreat. Then more damage comes out and they bring down DJ, right? He has to buy back almost instantly. It's not looking great. But oh man, the person who gets the putting in work award, there can be nobody else. There can be nobody else. Jabs with Nixa Assassin. Ban Nixa Assassin game 2. Yo. You cannot let this hero through for Jabs. That was mwah. Magnificent Dota coming in from the Nyx Assassin in this one. Oh wow. Wow. Just my hat off to Jabs. This Aghanim Scepter changed everything. It literally changed everything. After this, the game was never the same again. The way he was able to control the fight 3 times behind the river in that fight I'm talking about now that was going poorly for Fnatic. He does eventually die in that fight, but it takes them so long to get past him that it enables Raven to kill Armel in the background of the fight, forcing a buyback out of the puck, right? One bad thing, one great thing that he's accomplished for his team. And then he dies, buys back. Chuan and Raven are losing their lives, right? They're both falling really low. Raven does eventually die, but Jabs with the buyback and the burrow underneath the Radiant Tier 2 tower in the top lane, his positioning allows him to get multiple hero impales, several heroes caught inside spy carapaces, despite heroes buying back, TPing to the tower. They had enough time to arrive there in time to kill Gabby, kill Bok as well, all because of Jabs providing them with the initiation. That allows them to now have Gabby be forced to buy back, because if Gabby doesn't buy back, that's an easy Roshan for Fnatic. Bok doesn't have buyback, so now they have the numerical advantage in the Roshan fight. And then when they go for the Roshan fight, Jabs positioned perfectly again. Honestly, TNC almost had them. The initiation from Armel was pitch perfect. He had it. He brought Gabby out at the right moment. It would have been everything they needed, but Jabs was there. My hat, oh my goodness. Bad next game 2, there's no other way. Mwah! Magnificent. So, game 2, I did tweet out that I thought this was going to be 2-1 for TNC Predator, so gotta hang our banner to the TNC Moss for game 2, but I just want more of this. More of this for 3 games? Yes, please. So as we load into game 2, let's take a walk, go breathe, let's go relax. In the meantime, make sure that you are following the channel. Also, be out here, be like Ginger. Ginger Boogie came out here, gave us a boogie. Thank you so much, comrade, for the subscription. Follow the example, gift it out, be generous like him. Thank you so much. And everybody who has decided to become a donator through PayPal, I really appreciate that as well. PayPal will get your name here. You can celebrate, you know, have your name in lights. And you can also become a patron on patreon.com. The help of everybody is beyond appreciated. And thank you so much for everything you do to support the channel and help me out and keep the Dota flowing. And speaking of Dota, Game 2 coming up. Don't go anywhere, because when we return, some more hype, some more madness, hopefully less Nyx Assassins, but hopefully some more Dota 2 action. ladies, gentlemen, my NB comrades, and Hoxie's crew. Thanks for the raid, Hoxie. Shout out to Hoxie Loxy. So based. You're gonna do another, please do another long stream again. I'm kidding. You know what? You can relax, Hoxie, because the long entertainment will be coming from TNC and Fnatic. Game 1 here in the TI10 qualifiers for the C region went... I can't even describe that game. I really feel bad for you if you missed it. You have to see that game. You have to see how it went. In particular, so you can understand why TNC went to great pains to ban Nyx Assassin in the first phase. Get rid of it. Don't allow it. No Nyx. Great times. TNC realized that in game 1 that was a large portion of why they ended up losing the game. So now we're gonna see what they're gonna be able to accomplish here in game number 2. As Phoenix, first pick for the side of TNC. Fnatic, they get themselves Mirana Axe as the opening duo. Generally, we've been seeing DK Axe as the first 2 whenever we have Mirana, but we have been seeing more and more Axe Mirana become in vogue. In particular, I think Fnatic have picked this. They had this picked against them in one of the games against Omega, I believe, on day 1 or day 2, somewhere around there. Terrorblade immediately grabbed for TNC. We were speaking about this in game 1, that one of the things that TNC has been utilizing to win out many of the games is relying on the presence and ability of late game Terrorblade on Gabby. We already saw a glimpse of that in game 1. Imagine if instead of Lifestealer, he's playing Terrorblade. If he's playing Terrorblade, there's no way they lose that game. They become really reliant on being able to push things to the point where it's virtually impossible for Gabby to be out-carried in a matchup. Now they also have the Phoenix. They tend to do this as well when they get TB. Make sure that they have the Phoenix behind it. Not just for the Supernova to be plopped down as a defensive tool, but crucially, Sunray. Give him time to get off the Sunder against a critical target. Also, when you're playing against Axe, Sunray is really useful just to be able to make sure that the Axe is not able to kill with the Culling Blade, the Terrorblade. That being said, we did see from TNC themselves, Axe in the safe lane position beating out the Terrorblade. So this could be a consideration from Fnatic. They should keep this in the back of their heads. They have last pick, of course, so they can decide where the Axe should go as time goes in the draft. TNC will begin the second round of bans, removing this Lion. Boomy played an incredible Lion. I hope they give him another hero that has some skill shot. We saw Phoenix Wyvern together as a support duo. I definitely don't want to see that. I understand why they banned the Lion though. They see that Fnatic have the pick coming out of ban for the second phase, and you don't want to give them Mirana and Lion. It's a pretty devastating combination. Now that they revealed it in the previous game, Fnatic might actually consider Grimstroke. Having that hero, Inkswell on Axe, very strong. No obvious soulbind duo just yet, but being able to isolate Terrorblade in the middle of the fight, know exactly where he's at, very useful at being able to bring him down. By the way, anybody who's new here, bets and predictions are open. If you want to know how to bet, just put, I think it's exclamation help or something, or commands, I don't know. The stream, just scroll up in the chat, you'll see the Streamlabs thing. Fnatic, they banned DP, DK. So they're removing away any kind of pushing tools from the side of TNC so that, I mean, look at especially the order of these bans, right? Brood, DP, and DK. There's no way that they'll be able to actually back up the TB. They didn't know TB was going to be first 2, but probably a consideration. Given how game 1 went, they know that TNC would definitely be poised to pick a hero that has a greater ability in the late game. We'll see if Fnatic feel that they want to be able to play into the TB, or do they feel they can win the game before the Terrorblade comes online. As we see TNC going to great lengths to protect this hero. Banning Puck, banning the PL. Making sure that Gabby has as good a game as humanly possible. Fnatic, what will they do here? Ban into pick is often a place where you burn the most reserve time. I could see them taking out Centaur, could see them taking out Sand King. Mars potentially as well. Mars Phoenix old school combination, but can be very beneficial at just being able to buy time for the Terrorblade. The one really nice thing about having TB in the game is you stop worrying about that much damage from the rest of your team. Primarily rely on just TB being able to get big enough to carry you through. Fnatic. I mean, I said you're gonna burn reserve time, but damn, this is all of it. 35 seconds left. TNC also will need someone from the mid lane for Armel to continue to create the pace of the game for them. Could be setting up for the Armel Lina as well. I think he might also want to play TA here. Let's see where this goes. But I really like Lina. Fnatic ban the Leshrac. Because they are flexing between the safe lane and the off lane, they could decide to pick the mid laner here. Get something for Chuan right now. He could actually steal away the Lina from TNC. Got some decent initiation with the axe already. So getting some good follow-up and good burst damage can make quite the difference. They get the Snapfire, so they're gonna double down on being able to deal with this Phoenix, but at the same time, this is also decent negative armor against the Terrorblade and more damage. You jump in with axe, Morty's kisses follow up, arrow follow up. There's a lot of ways for them to ensure that they find a kill. TNC will end up picking up the puck, or the tusk, excuse me, as a saving mechanism. So if anybody gets caught out, in particular the Terrorblade, he's going to be able to jump in, keep them alive, ensure that they don't end up getting brought down. Fnatic will go for the Storm Spirit for Chuan. Yeah, so we're definitely flexing this axe. They're gonna wait until the very last pick. I really think they're gonna play this axe in the safe lane. Then they could actually just pick Death Terror Tidehunter again. Pick that into the TB. Then you have a hero that's gonna guaranteed have the Anchor Smash versus the Illusions. Not just the clear, but the damage reduction. Pretty important in that context. More team fight for themselves with the big AoE Ravage. I mean, they have a Storm Spirit already who can act as the one who soaks up most of the farm in the game and sort of carries it through in terms of damage. I'm liking what I see here from Fnatic. TNC. Reliance here is on making sure Terrorblade can play Dota. But they'll need to do more as well. What's going to advance the game for them? I want to see a hero from Bok that can make plays. I don't want to just see some utility buyer here. And get the Tiny. Armel Tiny. Alright. Armel is one of only 2 people that I'm comfortable watching play Tiny. Tim and Toronto Tokyo. So I'm perfectly fine with this. This is a hero that can play very fast on the map. Not the best targets though for the Tiny. And you can sort of fall off in this game, so doesn't feel like an easy Tiny game for Armel to play. Especially because the rest of his team will have some mobility issues for a while, and even if they fix those, damage isn't the most forthcoming thing from the rest of the team. This could be off-lane Tiny as well, but it's been a while since I've seen one of those and been happy with it. Flexing the Snapfire. Hey man, Raven's not playing Snapfire. That's all I'm saying. Raven won't play Snapfire. It could be the best Snapfire game, you'd be like, nah, sorry, thank you. Thanks, but no thanks, fam. Raven is one of these old school kind of carries. Comes from a particular milieu. Spectre banned out as TNC Predator. Despite the flexibility of the axe, you don't want to overcommit on the idea of a safe lane axe, and as a result end up being picked into heroes that are really good against the Terrorblade itself. I like this though. They split the ban difference. They're like, all right, we know one is going, we know what you all are trying to do, so we're gonna make sure that we cover our bases, get rid of the Brewmaster so that we don't get that purge on the Storm Creep to just instantly cleanse out the illusions. Terrorblade can now still have presence in the fights. Also, Aghanim Scepter on Brewmaster is a bit broken, so I'm glad they make sure that it's not going to be a feature of this game. We spoke about the Mars earlier. Fnatic will ban that last against TNC. Tidehunter taken out before it. I suppose the risk of leaving in the Tidehunter is that even if you do want to flex it, the opponent can just grab it themselves. So TNC will go for the Legion Commander. This is interesting because LC would have actually been a great pick for death into the Terrorblade. Would have given them a purge as well with the press the attack. Could have been quite nice. Now though, what will they do? Yo, they're really all in on the Terrorblade game, eh? This is some lockdown for the Storm Spirit, and whatever hero goes into the safe lane. If you have to lane against Axe, you're okay with it as the LC. Not the worst thing in the world. It's unlikely that they'll pick a hero that dominates you in the lane last. Let's see. But for the most part, LC matchups are decent. And they get top. Well, we're gonna be here for a while. Arc Warden. Arc Warden. Every Arc Warden game's the same. Takes forever, then you end up losing. Oh my, alright. Go get some snacks, everybody. Stretch, take it easy. Let's not be in a rush. One team has Terrorblade, the other team has Arc Warden. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, TNC's draft actually does allow them to play a lot faster behind the Terrorblade with tiny LC. Regrettably with Arc Warden, there's just limits to what's possible with the hero, but you can ride it out for a very long time, I need to get a bucket. Nah, dude, listen, I've got some non-alcoholic beer. I might have to go get a new one. Actually, I might have to go at some point in this game. There's no way I'm gonna not have to go jump up for the next one. Oh gosh, we're gonna be here for a minute. As I'm sure you can tell by the tone of my voice, I'm not really a fan of Arc Warden. In this game, I suppose the rationale is that you do get more attack speed. Phoenix Supernova basically never procs in this game. If the LC doesn't have a magnificent game, nor the Tiny, they'll find it quite difficult to close in on Raven, given all the disruptions happening on the rest of Fnatic. Mirana, Axe, Snap, Storm Spirit. There's lots of stuff happening that you have to be wary of. So, it is possible that this Arc Warden can win. TNC, very straightforward drop. I like what I see. Fnatic, give us game 3. Let's go. Game number 2. Fnatic. Shout out to Fnatic for making sure we're gonna get some additional games. I bet I'm wearing short. Alright, check this out. Before we go into the game, let me show you the secret weapon that's gonna make sure I survive this game. Actually, now that you mention it. The blanket of power. Alright. Let's tuck in, everybody. Let's tuck in. Gotta be prepared for this one. We're gonna be here for a while. Game 2. Fnatic 1 game up. If they can clutch this out, they can prove us all wrong. They will walk away. Or not walk away, but they'll find themselves in through to the grand finals, man. Grand finals, imagine. You have to win one BO5 and then you go to TI. Imagine. Oh my goodness. Well, unfortunately, because of how a lot of these tournaments have been run in recent times by Valve, it's an open question whether or not getting to TI actually nets you any prize money. In bygone, you know, for like a few years ago, I would have said, hey, you get to TI, you might have actually just made more winnings just from getting there than you've done from the rest of the season. But I don't know if that's true. I won't struggle, Jireen. I'm ready today. I am prepared. I want 300 minutes. Let's go. Let's go. TNC Predator. Here in the mid lane, Armel versus Chuan. This is a decent matchup for the Tiny, and it needs to go very well in the long run. The Tiny is going to be the one that opens up the map for his team. LC, she won't be able to do that job for quite a while. Cleanup duty, she'll be exceptional, but actual kills, gonna be a challenge. Gabby, of course, needs his team to buy him the space and time necessary to get to the point where he's able to overrun the side of Fnatic. Fnatic, though, will definitely not want that to happen. Tim's, you know what's wild, y'all? Just a quick shout out to the previous game. It's insane to me that we saw Tim's by Aghanim Scepter on the dock, on this getting Dark Portrait on the Grimstroke, right? Wiping an entire team by himself with the Dark Portrait illusion, and that wasn't even the craziest support play we saw in the game. Wasn't even the craziest Aghanim support play we saw in the game. Man, these C teams just out of this world right now. This bottom lane, Death is going to be pretty much unencumbered the entire game. There is no kill threat here. If you die, it's 100% your fault in this lane, and Death has proven that, for better or for worse, the laning phase is not the place where he flounders whatsoever. Has been pretty impressive at this early stage of the game. Gabby, of course, also not really going to be feeling under pressure, just going to farm, enjoy life. Boomy might end up losing just some HP here, but him and Jabs just going to trade hits between one another. It's fine. It's fine. Jabs gets some attack speed back with the leap, though. This was maybe a bit of an overextension here on the Mirana Jabs. Boomy doesn't have any additional spells to throw out, but if they can get a bit of vision, he might be able to find the final right click. And he gets it, but I think he found a miss. It's not going to be a kill. A mustache man on a horse, like in the old Dota 1 days. I guess. I don't really like that design. Like, it looked like a pretty obvious placeholder to me. It didn't feel like it was a thing. I like this LC. I mean, if you give her a mustache and put her on a horse, I'm still cool with it. Arm out. Just gonna be out here in this mid lane. Indeed, Baroda, yes, you're correct. The body blocks on the Terrorblade illusion prevented the closing in onto the Mirana. Wasn't on purpose, you know, you're trying to get some additional damage out for his team, but it is what it is. These things happen. Armel, we see him doing quite well in this mid lane. Raven, haven't spoken about him yet. What will he accomplish on the Arc Warden? Obviously he wants the early Midas. But if TNC need to buy time for Gabby's TB, Fnatic absolutely need to buy time for Raven. Big rotation potentially from Tim's, but did he cliff on purpose there? If that's not a cliff at that point, maybe he gets snowballed. Does he have snowball? He doesn't. Okay. Gotta get shotted. Tag team maybe, but ends up staying alive. Nice cliff. Ultimately, though, it's also going to be a very important lane for Fnatic. Getting that Storm Spirit online early as humanly possible. Death, they know he's going to have a very good lane and a good start to the game, so they have to try and make sure and think through creative ways of getting Chuan on the map. The first rotation, generally we do see Storm Spirit head to the safe lane. In this game, it's a very value place to go. I'd like to see him do it as soon as he has level 6. Not even waiting for like level 7. If he has level 6 and enough mana, I think you should immediately head bottom. You can indeed be the horse, Baroda. You can form a close bond with your mustache rider. Buck in this game. Not getting all the CS that he wants thus far in the early laning phase. Struggling somewhat. Not really dying though, so it's not really to the detriment of his team. As we expect. Nobody's trying to do anything hyper aggressive early. Fairly static. The focus of the timings is later on in the game. Besides, it's also become readily apparent in the modern era of Dota, in this current incarnation, that you don't actually get that much out of kills if it doesn't come with something. Just actually killing heroes, unless you kill someone like twice, 3 times in a row, then it makes a difference. But the odd kill here or there, especially early on, is like, yeah, whatever. Did you get a tower? No. Did you de-ward a camp? No. Did you put a ward up on the high ground? No. Okay, whatever. Sometimes we see these actual de-wards are more important. Like Jabs in that situation will be very unhappy about the fact that the ward will still be there. Oh, jump in, John. Be able to get the drag back onto Bok. He makes the first rotation to the top lane. Studio's gonna go. And he did it exactly at level 6. Good job, Bok. Does the right thing. Moves to the safe lane. Gets the kill as soon as level 6 is reached. Doesn't want to waste time, man. Coming to the off lane might be a bit more difficult to kill Gabby, but I think maybe you try for it. But they'll probably put in more resources from TNC to defend him. You don't have vision of Tusk, you can't make that movement onto Gabby, so wiser to rather go for the LC, lower priority target. Armel, try to mirror his opponent's move here. Doesn't have a blink dagger in tow, but will still try to close the gap nonetheless. Death, slowed down. Will they be able to chase him? And indeed they do. Avalanche tosses on. Death, just gonna try to juke through the trees. No. If he was able to find a call potentially onto Boomy, that would have been really hilarious, but ran out of mana in the process. 5 mana short at the end there. Feels bad.
An easy shot.
Top lane. Fuck now. After that death, still be able to come back into the lane. Unless the Storm Spirit shows up, won't die again. Armel knows that the Storm is going to have some farm stacked up for himself. Going to try and interrupt it. And Tron will just punch him on the nose for his efforts. No one really able to kill each other just yet though. I shot. I don't know how much the trade was of this camp gold.
Nothing to say.
Ultimately seemed to be quite beneficial. A movement for the side of TNC because they prevent the Storm Spirit from being able to do anything else at the moment. He has to go back to base. Raven has level 6. Has the Hannah Midas. Let's get bigger. The one thing that's also difficult about this game for TNC is they have to have such good vision control just to make sure that they have a correct bead on where the real Raven is. Also, all of their rotations doesn't just require one hero who just shows up to a lane. As soon as they start trying to hunt these Storm Spirits, Arc Warden style heroes, several heroes will need to move off the map, so they'll need to make sure that there's no enemy vision on their side either. Armel, as we speak about it, they're heading top, but they're scouted out by 2 wards. Bok is spotted out by this ward by the tier 1, and there's a ward by a Radiant tier 1 as well. This will give the heads up to just stay out of sight, stay out of dodge. They see them again underneath this observer ward. We're approaching the 10-minute mark here into this game. Heroes are starting to farm into their important items. Blink Dagger will emerge soon for this tiny. Arc Warden just of course wants the Maelstrom. I can Snapeye sticking around just in case the team makes a decision, but With 4 heroes coming top, I feel like you just let this tower go. Especially because it doesn't seem like Fnatic is mirroring this move on the other side of the map. So they're setting up for it. Okay, they're gonna go in for it now. Just let that one get sacked anyway, but still good times. The attempted deny will not be successful. Might get chased down in here, Bok. Thus far going the wrong way. And leap into a little alcove that is unreachable with the hatchet still on cooldown. So Snapfire is going to be a-okay. We still are playing very aggressively here. Smoked up in the dire jungle. Yet again, DJ is sort of baiting their positioning. He kept doing this in game 1 on the Abaddon. And they know that there's somebody in the trees, but they're unaware who it is. And Armel, with the lack of Blink Dagger, they can't actually find a clean jump. So they just have to let it go. Blink Daggers, the most important upcoming items, I think, in this game. Death wants his. The Tiny wants his. So we're going to see real movement start to occur for either lineup.
Nothing to say.
The Legion Commander at this point not going to be opting for the Blink just yet. Once the... Oh wait, LC. That was actually the real one. If Death wasn't really on the mark to run in with the Battle Hunger, might have actually been able to find a quick duel. Somewhat dangerous positioning from Raven to run that far forward before running back for the Tempest double. Still gets it off. Nobody's worse for wear on this one. Amel spent a lot of time moving and not really finding anything here for TNC. This is really problematic. Honestly, real talk, this is quite bad. If you're playing the Tiny in this situation, you are quite unhappy because you know that the Storm Spirit, while you've been doing this, has just been farming. You know the Axe has been doing the same. You know the Arc Warden has been making use of this Midas. In fact, doing it sometimes in your face in the mid lane. You're not finding anything. And oh my goodness, Fnatic, will they find this get? Gabby. Okay. Vortex, Morty's kisses, that's a kill. Oh no. Okay, so that is amazing for Fnatic's morale. Not only has Armel been moving around ineffectively for a large portion of this game, but the first time you make a big movement, you not only get a kill, but you get arguably the most important kill on the map, bringing down the Gabby Terrorblade. Not able to do much with it, unfortunately, but it does prevent some farm from him. Oh, nice toss back from Armel into the dual kill. So that's probably going to be the option for them. Bok can now start focusing on buying some utility items even. And Armel will be like a dual initiator for the team. Avalanche down onto DJ. They found him behind the tier 1. And they get the kill, bringing down the Snapfire, leading into a tier 1 tower being easily pushed forward. Wonderful. They don't get here in time to be able to contest for these Ancients. Fnatic though wisely retreat away from the area. Primarily still Gabby that's very strong right now, not the entire complement of TNC, but in numbers, in unison, they are very strong. Another consideration about the game that they have to worry about for Fnatic is what starts to happen if this LC starts to build momentum, and they're gonna try and stop it. Jumping onto Gabby, Snapfire quickly will stun him up after the Vortex. Blink with the call, they're not gonna be able to save him. Tims came in, but instead comes in to just be a observer to the death of the Terrorblade. Can they get out of here? Tim's still in danger right now. Use the snowball already, so we'll get Culling Bladed. The Snapfire throws out these Morty's kisses. Boomy taking the bulk of the damage, forced to use the ultimate. There's gonna be a call directly onto the LC. She lives, and Mirana jumped in to try and destroy the Supernova Egg. Armel punishes that immediately, showing up with the Avalanche toss. Raven TP's out in front of his face though. No counter opportunity available from the Tiny. Death also blinks past him. And Fnatic take a massive fight there Get the kill on Terrorblade again. Now, earlier, one kill is one thing, but getting him twice. They get bounced back, though, by TNC, but this was time that this, yet again, accruing farm. Getting stronger. Anytime Midas is used while TB is dead, you're getting stronger.
Nothing to say.
Death. Gonna get jumped on by Armel. Death is probably gonna die here. Yeah, man. But this is the game plan from Fnatic. Just playing as aggressively as possible to create space for the Sock Warden. There's no point, like with Terrorblade, there is a point trying to involve him in these early fights. He's the actual massive threat with the early metamorphosis damage. In some respects, the early damage of TV feels stronger than he does later because of the increase relative to the average strength in the game. But Arc Warden, meh, not gonna do anything for you, so why bother showing up? Keep going, keep farming. Doesn't someone on a remix? That's what friends are for. With keep farming, keep ratting. We gotta make up some lyrics. I'm sure there's like some fire remixes for Dota. Actually, why is our music community so derelict? Something that we need to fix. Saint D, you're in chat, my friend. Make a plan. As we see Chuan jumping in just to say hello. And when he finds out that this is not the party he wanted, he tries to get out, but they don't let him get out. Death won't even be able to save him with the call because the duel will be there. Bok, his duel overrides the call, but unfortunately, it prevents anybody else from dishing in the requisite damage. So Storm Spirit able to zip away to safety. Chuan still saved by Death, despite the mechanic being prioritized in favor of the duel. Raven, Raven, Raven. Building up towards this Mjolnir. Completely unbothered. They're gonna smoke up again, it seems, from Fnatic. Or at least try to make a jump. Chuan zipping in. They get the catch onto Timmons, but they miss the arrow. So Snowball will be there. However, the call from Death, good for the money. Connects flush onto the Tusk. Yes, yes. Hashtag, you'll have the time now, Saint D. Haha. Chuan will be able to destroy the tier 1 tower. Bye. With the crew, they take it out. Everybody flees. And this early game looking magnificent for Fnatic. Not only have they been able to get the tier 1 tower middle, take out the tier 1 in the bottom lane, keep farm up on all their cores. They've done this with effectively one hero completely AFK farming. Arc Warden wants none of this smoke. He doesn't even know who these heroes are. Here comes the clone. Sometimes late game against Arc Warden feels like Star Wars: The Clone Wars, man. Everywhere. Never ending. TNC. Now that they are in this really back foot position, they need to start thinking about ways to either secure new objectives, whether that might be Roshan, which is fairly difficult. I don't think they got a Solar Crest on this LC just yet, so she will not have the ability to decrease the armor. As a result, I do not think that the best idea to go for this Rosh. Armel, not really the best Roshan hitter either. Can you find kills on the map? Not really. They're evading you and spitting you so well, and part of your problem that you find yourself in right now is because you spend so much time chasing them. The early wards, I must say, the early vision that came out from Boomy was top notch, top notch, top notch. Those early wards on the top side of the map, there was a one ward placed out near middle, prevented a lot of early ganks from Armel. Now trying to angle back for the Echo Saber. And the position he finds himself in right now is the reason why we often see these tiny players building Echo Saber first. Even if they're not getting that much farm, they're like, well, I don't want to buy a Blink Dagger and take the risk that I spent 2-3 minutes on the map getting nothing. If he'd gone Echo Saber first, he might probably be ahead of the Storm Spirit in net worth, but under these circumstances, very difficult to keep up. We need some hood remixes, y'all. These clones, they for everybody. Smoke purchase now by the side of TNC, as they're really thinking about the best way to go about this. So they've decided the objective is going to be the tier 2 in the top lane. But yet again, this entire movement scouted out by these wards. The whole high ground is covered. And Fnatic, they come in at the same time as TNC go to the low ground. So they actually have the high ground advantage and they have the positional advantage. TNC try to smoke up themselves. Tim's first hero seen, first hero caught. Do they have the damage to kill him? The core misses. The snowball will be there to dodge it. And the arrow goes back and connects onto Armal. The duel though connects directly onto Death. Death, does he have? Do they have enough damage to kill him? Not just yet. Supernova will pop. They finally bring down the axe. The Sun Ray not enough to keep the other offlaner alive though, as LC will also die. Raven with the clone finally present in the fight, dishing out quite a bit of damage. Armal almost loses his life. They throw the arrow forward. It's gonna connect onto the Phoenix. They buy back on both the offlaners on both sides. Of Gabby gets caught out by Chuan. Sunder comes in at the last second to turn around onto Raven. This is the real deal. Raven is down. Raven is gone, and Gabby standing strong, dishing out the damage with the metamorphosis. 2 heroes have fallen. These cores are dying. Jab will go down next. Death with the core, trying to at least bring down Gabby before he croaks. The battle hunger, not enough to kill Gabby just yet, but the buyback from Chuan will do the trick. Gets back in the fight and takes out the tide of the Terrorblade. Unfortunately, Bok can do nothing but join him in the grave, as it's a triple kill for Chuan. TB dies, Tiny dies, LC dies. It requires buybacks from Fnatic on some of their biggest heroes, but they make it happen. Unfortunately, those buybacks mean that the gold exchange and experience exchange is basically a wash at the end of the day. What a fight, what a fight. And what's crazy is how little the status quo is going to change thereafter. Tiny got quite a lot out of the fight before getting brought down. Bottom, we see Boomy just getting killed. Raven ended up getting killed. They weren't able to take any tower. The big thing though is Storm bought back. That's actually a huge status quo change. The buyback on Storm Spirit, the offlaners buying back is like whatever, but it sort of protracts the progression of this hero. He was doing really well beforehand. Sure, he does get a big kill on Gabby, which is ultimately what helps to equalize his gold. It sort of brings him back even, but man, that's Sunder. That's Sunder. That's Sunder. The Sunder, the Supernova going off onto Death, the duel onto Death to make sure that he can't get off the Cunning Blade with the initial jump. Storm Spirit able to zip and find Gabby through all the chaos, the correct one. Whew, a lot happened in that fight. Fnatic now though will be able to pick up a big item in the form of the Storm Spirit Orchid. Give me Orchid. This will allow them to get the additional damage out onto these targets that do not have access to BKB just yet, which as it stands is everybody except the Terrorblade. Everybody with the Terrorblade though will decide to smoke up. Coming middle, Death is going to be the target. Avalanche not going to be there as they use the jump in with the ice shards instead. Armel going to look for additional targets on the side of the fight. Tosses back DJ into the things. The duel won't be enough to kill Death, but they have enough follow-up damage regardless. As the rest of TNC just quickly kill Gabby. As though DJ rather. Gabby's the one that brings him down. That was really nice from them. Tim's being the one to show up for that initiation with the Blink Dagger gives Armel that initial moment to think about it and allows them an additional dimension of initiation. Now it opens up Roche, baby. Give us Aegis. They pick it up now. This is lovely. The thing is, what's great about playing against an Arc Warden is sometimes these earlier moments in the game when you say kill an Axe, you know that if Axe is dead, the team is somewhat gimped in terms of their ability to fight. No matter how farmed Raven could be at this point in time, there's no way he's strong enough to actually fight you around Roshan. Exploiting the matchup and exploiting a very powerful timing, trying to push onto this tier 2 tower. Cliff will force them back for now. Still the vision game quite impressive from the side of Fnatic. TNC Predator shaved a lot of this gold off the map. Oh yeah, Sunder bounces back instantly. There is a very interesting interaction though that Ponlo discovered at the major, where it was game, I don't remember, a game with Terrorblade on Arteezy, where they had Lotus Orb on him. Well, we'll talk about it in a second. Fnatic coming in with Moonlight Shadow. I think they've been scouted here. And okay, nothing's gonna happen. Anyway, so what happens is that if you have Lotus Orb on a target, let's say you have Lotus Orb on Terrorblade, and you give him Lincoln Sphere, and somebody else is putting the shell on him, then in the event that somebody uses Sunder on you, it'll get Lotused, right? As in, the target will lose HP, but you take 0 damage, if that makes sense. It was very bizarre, it was very strange. Like the Lincoln Sphere will block the bounce back. It was really weird. Look at Pondo's Twitter account. He had a full explanation of it there. It was pretty interesting. Sims. Now that they have the Aegis online for the side of TNC, they can play a lot more aggressively on the map like they wanted to earlier. Also getting to the point where after you get BKB for Tiny, which he's not going to go for right now, going to opt for the Shadow Blade first. Is he going to go Silver Edge? There's a possibility. Nah, just Shadow Blade into BKB. I suppose he wants to have the Shadow Blade to walk up with the team, and then he'll blink onto a secondary target. That's the most likely rationale from this. But once he gets BKB, not really that concerned with all that many more items. And it all becomes about TB, who, despite a lot of these early deaths, is still finding some decent farm. Catching up to the Arc Warden without having to rely on clones or a Hand of Midas. Yeah, so the damage bounce back gets absorbed by the Lincoln, so you can imagine you're on you can sunder a high HP you can have high HP, and it's weird, it's shenanigans. We have a game to watch. That was in the past. We'll focus on the present. Moonlight Shadow triggered up by Fnatic. Desperate to try and get something on the map. Despite having a gold lead, you'll definitely feel anxious about the fact that it's TNC that's making all the moves. Unfortunately, playing into an Aegis is fairly difficult, especially now that TNC have picked up a Scotty for Gabby at this point. Raven though, just with the Tempest double, that was a lot of damage. To be fair, it was unencumbered damage. No one was trying to stop the Tempest double, but it was still pretty scary. Tron zips up and down in the top lane. Alright. TNC, you've had enough? Feels like deja vu. Around the 30-minute mark, TNC with an Aegis trying to push onto the high ground. Fnatic were in this position last time around and they found themselves heavily rebuffed. Looks like TNC will remember what happened and say, yeah, let's take the tier 2. There's still tier 2, there's still a tier 1. Let's do that instead. Also, pushing high ground versus Storm Spirit versus Arc Warden just sounds depressing. Ultimately, you still want to have fun when you're playing Dota 2, so you can understand not wanting to do that. Fnatic, now that the Aegis has expired, they feel confident to try and make a move outside the base. smoked up. They don't have Moonlight Shadow to give them the cover of darkness, but they can send Raven's Tempest double forward. Unfortunately, TNC have also sent forth illusions of their own from Gabby, and both of these heroes will be able to give some decent identification for the rest of the squad to move away. I wonder if now Fnatic want to try and make another move like that. The thing that's really interesting is that the late game matchup is Terrorblade hates it, man. You don't want to be, I don't want to be Gabby going against Arc Warden into the late game. And looks like we're gonna get there. TNC will not be able to break the base right now. I don't see them being able to break it unless they get not just a win in a fight, but also being able to kill both Storm Spirit and Arc Warden, both of them having no buyback and being in a position to push on the high ground. And nobody being low enough on HP that Death can just jump in and one-shot you. Hard game. I don't know. Making decent headway towards the BKB, but so is Jabs on the Mirana. An additional BKB would help so much on the side of Fnatic. As we now see a smoke from TNC. Time for them to try and make their mark on the map right now. Armel isn't with them as he's heading to defend bottom. DJ, oh, blinking away, and Jabs able to leap away. Snapfire Cookie also keeps DJ safe. Moonlight Shadow provides the necessary cover for the retreat. And it just hasn't been box day when it comes to initiating without Armel. When we see Armel make the jump, then it seemed pretty good for the team, but regrettably, it's been rough without it. Fnatic positioned extremely well on the map. TNC. Will they be able to come back for Gabby? I mean, they know that they're dangling him as bait. Arrow thrown back. Connects onto the Phoenix, but they just caught a Tempest double. Are they gonna duel it? Yeah. Nah, they just kill it. I thought maybe Buck might be like, is this the real deal? Is this the... Nah. We don't get that lucky, y'all. Fnatic doing a good job of splitting the map, but TNC doing a fantastic job of keeping up in farm, and that's why this gold lead has plateaued. Sitting around the 5k mark for a while. Experience also holding steady, close to 10k in favor of Fnatic. But they're in no rush. The hero scale magnificently into the late game. Tiny late game. Iffy at the best of times. You ask me, do I want to be playing Tiny or Storm Spirit into the ultra late game? Give me the Sumail Storm Spirit, please. Although TNC will have a strong option here to take down the Roshan as they reclaim the outpost right as Roshan respawns. No, don't leave the... Oh, I feel so bad. Boomy actually left the Roshan pit in that moment. It's fine, you'll discover it in a second that, oh wait, this is what's happening. Fnatic in the meantime though, they think the Roshan is happening right now as they go in for the Moonlight Shadow. Not going to be able to find any specific target just yet. DJ needs to try and get back here. They gets jumped on, they toss back. Is there going to be a duel? Bok finally gets it. Buyback instantly coming out as the arrow connects onto Gabby. Snowball save will be there. Tim's buying some time for the Terrorblade. Wants to get away from the Tempest double. Doesn't want to deal with it at present. But they do want to use this metamorphosis to try and put some damage out onto the Roshan as they get into the pit. There's no more Moonlight Shadow. They've already used the Tempest double. Fnatic, they have to come in for this right now. Will they be able to get here in time? Arrow thrown in. It's going to connect onto Bok. Armel will not. Oh, like what a silence! Yeah, not going to be able to find the call. Who has the silence? Supernova does get interrupted as it gets destroyed. At the same time, no Axe will die. Buys back into the engagement. There's going to be some Morty's kisses flown out, which will bring down Tims, who also buys back into this fight. Chuan has been zipping up and down, doing some damage on the back of the fight. However, with all these buybacks and the fact that they have this outpost to TP to, TNC already back in numbers. However, it's 4v5. They don't have the Phoenix. Chuan jumping in, finds Armel. Armel activates the BKB. There's going to be a jump back core from the Axe. Connects onto both Gabby and Armel. But the Thunder, even better, keeps Gabby up, brings Death low. And they bring down the Axe. Gabby, Hurricane Pikes into the Roshan pit. And it turns out that this Tempest double for now is going to be enough to zone him away. But there's an Aghanim shard available from Bok. We'll heal him up. Give him to press the attack. They destroy the Tempest double clone. And now with Phoenix back and Axe dead, they have the numerical advantage. They can go back into the pit. Gabby, an illusion, tanks the arrow. They don't have this available. Spark Rays dropped in. They just toss in the illusion. Get rid of the Tempest double. Jabs though, jumps in, takes the Aegis of the Immortal. Distraction plays, baby. Loses his life, but who cares? DJ will also die. He might get dueled for his troubles though. If he dies here, he won't be really happy about it. Duel death. Ugh. Alright, that kind of sucks. So they lose 2 heroes there, neither of whom have buyback. Aegis though gets denied from TNC, so the game does keep going a little while longer because they're not going to force the high ground push unless they can use the Aegis to force a jump onto the Storm and or Arc Warden. Oh, Fatality. Yeah, Fatality is going to be amazing. But right now is when TNC really feel the strongest, and they're coming up now. Making me swallow my words about them forcing the push. Aegis or no, they feel that they can do this right now. Feels a little bit dangerous, but do have the BKB for Terrorblade up again in 6 seconds. Zip in from Chuan. Just trying to take out the creep wave. Tier 3 tower will be destroyed. Sunray will be there with the press the attack. But with Spark Rays being dropped down continually by Raven, could be good enough to zone them away. I doubt TNC Predator in this position would want to squander being able to take some good fights by forcing bad ones. Terrorblade now, net worth leader in the entire game. As Fnatic, they're gonna smoke up right now. Starting to feel a little bit of this heat. Not really happy with how things have been going for these last few minutes. They jump onto Tim's, will be able to bring him down. Dead gets the Culling Blade. I don't know if they can use this to push anything, but at least they'll get the outpost back. So the status quo right now, as it stands, is that TNC is doing what we expected them to do. Trying to overfarm this Gabby Terrorblade, whilst the rest of his team provides some threat on the map. Erstwhile Fnatic just gonna try to do the same, basically. Farm on Raven. Tier 3 tower has been taken though by TNC in the top lane. And they managed to save themselves the indignity of suffering the same fate by defending this tier 3 bottom. Gabby, looking for the Satanic next. Satanic does seem really threatening here. He does get that item up. Then it becomes really difficult for Fnatic to reliably jump on top of him first. You now have to start thinking about other heroes in the fight. But do you want to ignore Terrorblade is the question. See the Storm Spirit pulling into the Aghanim Scepter for himself. The gold lead is climbing up right now for Fnatic. TNC haven't really done enough to address this. Right now buybacks reside on 4 heroes. Tons of net worth on folk. And crucially, both Storm Spirit and the Arc Warden closing in on level 25. For the Storm Spirit especially, if he's able to get the Remnant Ball, the defensive potential that offers. Aghanim Scepter now up for the Storm Spirit. I love how both of these teams just keep doing this. Like, they'll farm an area, then they smoke, move around with the smoke. They're like, well, can't do much of the smoke. Let's go take the outpost. Go take the outpost. And then after they take the outpost, they're like, cool. Smoke was successful. This time they're not even going to wait for the go to farm stage or for the outpost collection to leap to the go to farm stage. Gabby gets bored. He's already in the jungle. At the very least, Armel still stays on position, on brand about the game. Takes out the outpost. The rest of the team though. Oh, we see that jump. Armel got jumped on by Chuan. But the instant avalanche was there. Not enough to kill Chuan, but enough to dissuade him from pursuing further. Sunray also on from Boomy. TNC Predator. Right now, Victory is a very elusive target against them. In particular, they're struggling with being able to get Gabby into the fights, just like last game actually. Even his itemization is remarkably similar. He ended the game with SNY, eventually selling, I believe, the armlet. Didn't get MKB, he did buy BKB, he did buy Skadi, he did buy Swiftblink. They're definitely having trouble right now on the side of TNC Predator. Gabby blinks forward, finds DJ. Will they be able to get him out? Woo! Nope. Nope, 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 nope. With extreme prejudice, they blink on top of him. I guess it's actually not that extreme. It's just tiny. I feel bad for him. Amal hasn't been able to find those situations in this game. You expect Tiny to be able to like be bursting these targets like that Snapfire so often, but it's like one of the only times he's done it. Gotta celebrate for him, man. We have another Roshan coming up, potentially in 90 seconds. I wonder if Fnatic will feel comfortable letting that one go. The way it's looking right now, I don't think they can fight around it. But I don't know if they can afford to let it go. Death will have to go for another amazing jump in, and Jabs needs to steal as well. But they do have the blue hole though. Maybe I'm underrating their team fight now that they have the Aghanim Scepter on the Storm Spirit. Gonna pretty much drag everybody in this wonderful cone for Arc Warden to dish out all his damage. So that is a genuine concern for TNC. They probably have scouted it out, which would make them very reluctant to play close to one another, above and beyond simply being worried about the axe. TNC Predator. This is the most like plateaued Goldie I've seen in a very long time. It's been at 5k. Experience has swung in the opposite direction a little bit though. And Raven gonna send the Tempest double to his death as it just secures the tier 3 tower in the bottom lane. He's just like, come on, let's get our own tier 3, man, just so we have something on the map. Now though, Fnatic, they want more than just a tier 3 on the map. They want to fight on it. Dice scan does hit flush. Bok is the one that's revealed primarily by this. They'll be able to come in and catch them unawares from behind. Gabby will be the first one to reveal himself. Raven just shows some illusions. And then nobody's jumping just yet. And at the same time, Fnatic are in trouble because their melee racks are under danger. Top lane. Somebody has to go back to defend this. They spent too much time posturing here in the mid lane, so they didn't have the opportunity to easily push this back. So somebody has to come up. Means that they wasted a lot of time, not really able to get all that much out of this movement in mid. Yeah, Gabby, you've got 7.5k gold basically, dude. Spend your money. Spend some of this guap, bruh. Good for the economy if you spend money. One of the things we're going to start seeing now as this game gets later and later is Raven, especially after he picks up. Oh, he's already got it. Okay, I thought he wasn't going to buy the full Hurricane Pike here, but he's so elusive. Does he get beat bots too? Maybe. But beforehand, one of the ways that we were catching him out was with the eye shots. Now that he has these bots with the Hurricane Pike, the mobility aspect of this awkward is pretty bonkers. Mel. They came across him and Chuan does manage to get the jump. Death with the call for the follow-up. Sunray with the heal. Death will get dueled, but they're inside a magnetic field right now. Not much damage going into this. Avalanche toss will be there. They finally do manage to get the kill onto Death. Supernova gets dropped down with Gabby on the other side of the fight, dishing out damage with right clicks, but it's only onto a Tempest double. They've lost LC though, as the Tempest double still does more than enough damage to threaten the life of the Legion Commander. So yet again, both offlaners die, but only one has brought back thus far. Fnatic need to force the other one. But Armel wants to be able to just find a clean kill. They're looking for DJ. Buyback will be there from the LT. Blue hole coming in onto 3 heroes. They brought down 2. Armel and Gabby are gone. Boomy survives a while longer thanks to the Aeon disc, but the Culling Blade will chop right through it. Definitely underrating their team fight, and they show me why. Even though Thunder was available for Gabby, not able to actually get it off. TNC. Whew. Gotta love this Storm Spirit. Just doing fantastic things here for the side of Fnatic, I must say. Chuan adapting incredibly from the swap back to middle after spending the last 2 seasons in the offlane. And they will claim Roshan. They take the Aegis, they take the cheese, they take the refresher shard. They give the shard to the Storm Spirits for double silence, I imagine. Or double blue hole. Ooh, yes, double blue hole. Tier 2 tower getting taken out in the mid lane. Big thing about that entire sequence of events from the side of Fnatic is now that they've solidified their lead so far ahead, they also managed to take what seemed to a seemingly clean fight that allowed them to take this Aegis. So now they're not afraid of Terrorblade anymore. Before it's like, do we really want to jump on Terrorblade? Now it's like, yes we do. Axe has the Aegis. So this is a hero that's completely unconcerned about dying the first time around. Fnatic, 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 Fnatic. All of us are surprised. I definitely thought this was going to be a TNC game. But Fnatic are proving otherwise. And now with the 19k gold lead, coming close to winning out the entire game. Coming close to 2-0ing TNC. Also, I think that whoever wins this best of 3 is, in my opinion, almost definite to win the BO5. So this would be a huge momentum boost. Death and the gang, can they just hold on? Few more things to do before their victory is confirmed. TNC Predator do not want to let that happen. They have buybacks on several heroes, everybody except for the Bok Legion Commander. That's the advantage they have over Fnatic. Fnatic have fewer buybacks than them, so the question is, will they be able to do anything? They get the toss back onto just a Tempest double. They just want a little bit of easy gold here. And they shall get it. Quite annoying if you're playing awkward and you're just like, you feel like a gold factory at this point whenever Armel does these toss back plays. But hey, it's better than tossing back a hero and giving potentially more dual damage to the Legion Commander. Oh, but they split forward a target here. They throw in the Tempest double. Raven's Tempest double does get taken out. Chuan not gonna be able to find a follow-up target. That was kind of hilarious. Just letting them know that he has Aghanim Scepter. Is he gonna keep doing this? That'd be so cheese. The really annoying thing though for the side of TNC is that they're being kept inside their base. They can't wander beyond it. It's seeming to be quite hard for them to break through. And as a result, they're losing out on farm. Fnatic pulling further and further ahead. Sure, this Terrorblade is at the point where you can somewhat question the necessity of more farm in the hero, but this Satanic would make a huge difference. Oh, yet again, Tempest double taken out. Let's see, did he use the gobble up for that one? No, he did not. But now he did. Oh, who got thrown forward? Who got thrown forward in the base? Tempest double, okay. Man, it's so annoying, dude. That's so annoying. Gobbled up Tempest double just to annoy you. Chuan. Also just making sure this mid lane keeps coming in. And they're continually doing this. And look at the size of the wave that's coming through the bottom lane. It is potentially a very large source of gold for the side of TNC Predator. But if Fnatic can take a fight before that wave arrives, and these TNC heroes are dead, some of them without buyback, although the Tusk will come back in a second, things become really difficult as Chuan jumps in, binds the Tiny. Will he be able to get the kill here? They toss for Death with the gobble up, but Death unfortunately found too much smoke, too much damage, gets dueled, get brought down. Life number one. It is a duel victory. Can they set up for more here? Avalanche thrown up. There's going to be a Sun Ray from the high ground. And a Supernova as well. They won't be able to destroy it in time. It pops. They keep the fight going. Gabby gets off the Thunder. Able to destroy the Axe. But look at the blue hole going. Look at the damage going from the Awkward. And Raven is a machine gun turret. Sitting on the background of the fight. Throwing in all this damage. Forcing out several buybacks. They take out Tim's as well. He needs to buy back too. Gabby so low in HP. They end up losing Buck as well. The Tempest double. It gets 2 crits in a row. That's Legion Commander dead with no buyback.
Nothing to say.
What an engagement. What a fight. Massive advantage gained here for the side of Fnatic from that engagement. They do lose the Axe. They lose the Snapfire. But who cares? Storm stays alive. The blue hole was so clutch in that fight. Also, when did he get the shard? Because that made a huge difference as well. Giving that buff towards the Arc Warden, where a lot of that bonus damage came from. Still though, TNC kept TB alive. They did not end up losing their big carry. He still has buyback. He still got the kill onto this Axe. Still got a ton of gold in the engagement. Can't really spend it right now because it's hard to get yourself towards the secret shop. He's trying his damnedest. Raven preventing this move. But with the help of Tim's, they can do it. So annoying. And Raven just perched on the high ground. Like some evil lord. Like, wahahaha. Enter my domain. Chuan is going to say that to this Phoenix as he zips across to find him. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they do. The soul burn will bring him down. Man, Chuan. Chuan. Hopping off this game on the Storm Spirit. 10-1-3. Having a phenomenal performance here. It's come so close to the brink of death so many times. And then somehow managed to stay standing. As nobody could have predicted, the game between Terrorblade and Arc Warden has now gone 55 minutes. I honestly don't see the game ending still anytime soon. I think we still have at least one more Roshan to go. At the bare minimum, one more Roshan. Fnatic though, desperate to avoid that. They have a slight window available to themselves with this 45 seconds left on the Phoenix being available. Can they do something in the meantime? The gobble up, man. These Oh man, this is so annoying. That was pretty funny that they just toss away the illusion as soon as it comes in. Tempest double in, Tempest double out. So not really accomplishing anything. However, it is keeping TNC inside the space. And for Fnatic, they're not really committing anything to make this happen. It's literally a Tempest double, which costs nothing. And DJ, who's not doing anything anyway. So it's not a very high commitment. We do see now jump in Chuan. Raven. That is a Tempest double, I believe. He's fighting through this. BKB is activated by the side of TNC as the jump in from Jabs is gonna let him his own death here, but they managed to find Armel on the back of the fight. Supernova committed. Raven. That's just a Tempest double, boys. They managed to kill Armel. Fnatic have the damage. It's awkward and right click. The thing that's so annoying is that a lot of this damage is also coming in from the chain lightning. And with that many chain lightnings bouncing around, you just need to be critted like once or twice, and then suddenly you're dead before you even know what's happening. So annoying. And oh gosh, this dumb stuff. And they're gonna try his ultra slow siege to get through this. It's very difficult to deal with, especially if you don't have your tiny. It's awkward and delaying the game, but winning the game anyway, playing it nice and slow. They got the tier 3, they'll wait for the next gobble up and maybe go for the range racks. Just put a little bit of damage out onto it. Look at that damage, it's so crazy. This is a Terror Blade who gets jumped on right now by Chuan. Did not yet pop his own BKB, but did use the Satanic. But this is a hero that is not the easiest to deal with and bring down in the best of times. Actually looks like he might have used BKB and then just refreshed. No, that's a while, that's too long ago. Tiny. What does he have on this courier, I wonder? Lol. Let's see, what does he get? What does he get? What does he get? Such full dateless, alright. Still trying to take out the range racks, and they're gonna succeed in doing so. God, this is stupid. I hate this style of Dota. It's clearly effective right now for the side of Fnatic, but I really don't like these particular stratagems that involve doing things that put you yourself at literally no risk, but yet you get some massive advantage on the map. Moonlight Shadow is used now by Fnatic as we do see a smoke out by TNC. They're tired of being corralled inside the base. They're tired of just sitting back. They want to try and make something happen. Will they be able to find a target? They can get a fight here that they win. The prize would be Roshan, as they do get the catch onto Death at the same time. The drag back onto Tim's with the blue hole. Duel will be there, and they do get this kill. Death is gone. Does have buyback. Bonus damage going towards Bok, and they buy back instantly on this. Raven will lose a Tempest double early on. Won't be able to do all that much with this. At the same time, can the rest of these heroes retreat? There's no more duel available. So DJ not worried about that. More worried about the presence of Armel, but Armel's pretty far away. Gabby able to get you with the Eye of Skadi. Tries to flicker forward, and they get the damage. Oh, Boom actually gets jumped on here in the Radiant Triangle. And it looks like the Snapfire might be able to TP home. Yep, gone. Doesn't actually die. And now with Phoenix gone without buyback, suddenly Fnatic, even though they're the ones that lost Death first, and he bought back, they're the ones that are going to be able to claim the Roshan. Oh boy. Aegis for Death. Who got the rest of the goodies? Let's see. So Arc Warden got Jack. Sorry, bro. Refresher Shard. Back onto the Storm Spirit. Who got the cheese? Oh, cheese on run. Okay. Fnatic have a 29k gold lead. They jump up. Bok comes across Jabs. The duel will arrive. Felt like a bit of a premature BKB timing, but ends up being successful. Other side, they found Chuan. Oh no! Armel! Armel found Chuan. How? How? How you do that? How you make it happen? Oh, the how's not important. That it happened is what matters. They bring down the Storm Spirit. Does have access to buyback. Generally speaking, you expect Storm to be the hero that's carrying the Aegis. This time around, it's the Axe that's got that responsibility. Potentially because they thought to themselves that the Storm Spirit is already overloaded with items. Like, none of these he wants to drop, right? Also, we have to note that because he doesn't have access to boots, him zipping around is his primary mode of mobility. So if they catch him in between that, he's pretty much screwed. Does have level 30 though, the only person in this game to have accomplished such a feat. Gabby is out here about to crack 29. Now though, they want to crack the resolve of the Storm Spirit and force him to buy back. Would help a lot. Already cut back 12k of the net worth deficit. Armel tossing back a Tempest double. Just taken out. This will buy time for more damage onto the structure. Rax will fall. The question is, do they get more than one lane? They still have a range Rax that they've taken earlier, but they're gonna go for the jugular here. Maybe look for some megas. Look at the damage that Gabby's doing to these buildings. Jump in from Armel. Big call coming in from Death. The snowball save will be there though, and Bot follows that up with the call. Death is gonna die. Aegis only gonna get popped though. Supernova was dropped down in the very back of the fight. Gabby does have Sunder. Will he be able to get it off? No, he cannot. Gets called, gets killed. He gets brought down. Does have buyback. They need to run away though. Death gobbled up, thrown forward. Can't find a target just yet. Tim's trying to get the TP off the shards, but Death's call comes back off cooldown. Will allow them to bring down the task. Does have buyback, but dead for 2 minutes. I don't understand why they didn't go take the freestanding melee racks in the top lane. Even if it's so easy. You're already closer to it. You know that the Arc Warden was down bottom. Oh my goodness. Difficult times here for TNC as it looked like they were coming back in a topsy-turvy gold graph. But that might have just arrested their momentum. But it depends on whether or not the side of Fnatic can capitalize on this. 40 seconds without Terrorblade. Jump in, Armel. Just gonna try to deal with these Raven Tempest doubles. Do they kill it in time? Just in time. Literally just in time, but another one's coming soon. How on earth will they continue to defend? Never want to be 2 lanes of racks down. Let alone in a situation where you're playing against an Arc Warden. Can just rat you to the moon and back. Gonna have a pause here. Just a small communication issue for Tims. His mic is giving him some problems. Man, what a game. 63 minutes in. How many buybacks do we have? That's all that starts to matter at this stage of the game. We know that Tims just recently bought back. And not too long ago, we had the buyback from Death. Also from Chuan. For me, that's the big one. This game could be determined by that Storm Spirit buyback. If he dies again, just imagine it. Can't bring him back. They need to somehow make sure that they get the next Aegis for the side of Fnatic. Funnel that into the hands of the Storm Spirit. To be fair, by the time the next Aegis comes online, it might be close to him having buyback anyway. But I still think you start to still reconsider the itemization. Like the 2 lives just feels too strong. It's not like you're playing Spectre or something, right? Where you can afford to just die and buy back because you're instantly effective in the fight. It requires time for Storm Spirit to return and contribute in that same kind of way. TNC. See that everybody is just thinking through exactly what to do. Fnatic right now occupying this Radiance high ground on the triangle. Telescope in tow for the Snapfire. What do we have? Access Minotaur Horn. Force boots for the Marana. So we only have 2 tier 5s on the side of Fnatic. Seemingly, I don't think we have any on the side of TNC either. Nope. None at all. We do have an attempt to buy the Phoenix Supernova Aghanim Scepter upgrade to make sure that she can save the Terrorblade as well if the Tusk finds himself getting called before he can get off the snowball. And we've seen that they've actually been struggling to deal with the egg in these recent fights. So it's not like an even thing where you can say, well, it's a bad item pickup because he has to deal with Snapfire Marana. They've been struggling already to get to the egg, and the additional hits that you get granted thanks to the Aghanim Scepter will also make it tankier. Alright, the G calls. Everybody's back. The GGG, let's go. Well, we still need a moment apparently. Would be fairly problematic if we entered into the game before everybody is 100% prepared to play. When you get to these late game situations, concentration starts to fray a little bit. I mean, it's a long game, right? You've been playing Dota straight in a line for longer than people will play football for. No breaks, no halftime, just dotes. No clear end in sight either, which is what makes this very interesting. In terms of building equilibrium, slightly favored for Fnatic because they've claimed 2 melee racks, as while TNC have only taken 1. However, the 21k gold lead doesn't feel that relevant. Anything can still happen in these engagements. And everyone knows that, that's why they're playing so safe. No one wants to be the person that makes the mistake that loses you the game. Oh gosh. Sigh. Sigh, 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 sigh. Sigh, sigh. I hate seeing this so much. Just send forth the Tempest double. If nothing else, it's like one of these plays that literally there's no downside. You either get a Rax or you force movement back into the base, which gives you more map presence. There's no reason not to do that play, even if it's somewhat annoying to the opponent and to the viewers, frankly. But you know, they're not playing for us, they're playing for the dub. Yet another pause. Did we see any new items pop up in the meantime, actually? I don't think we did. BT's level 2 finished up for the Terrorblade. What else do we have that could be interesting here? I love that Armel actually did go ahead and finished off the full Silver Edge. Just to make sure that in the midst of the fight, you can disable the counter Helix. So a pretty decent source of damage against the Terrorblade. So not having that available makes life a lot easier for yourself. We also see that the BKB is about to be finished for Chuan. Just needs to complete the recipe at this point. And he's sitting now with the Book of Shadows. Ooh. Okay. That's pretty huge. It's like a self-Aeon disc, basically. Oh, and also, look at this. Another tier 5 item. Stygian Desolator. Alright. So, now that we are at the stage of the game, I believe LC should be 25, right? Okay, so she got the AoE press the attack, which means that everybody gets the attack speed in the fight. Which means that you don't have to worry about just target on Mel, everyone will be fine. Which means that the damage, my god, this is going to be huge, especially on the buildings. They don't just need the Terrorblade as a primary engine to bring the structures down anymore. Fnatic holding firm here in the mid lane. They're smoked up. Little do they know that TNC smoked up ahead of them. Oh, they get the jump forward. Oh, Mel gets kept alive. Press the attack will be there from Bach. Don't have clean vision though. Death able to find a call immediately though. The Silver Edge hit disables the counter Helix, so there's very little damage. Death in trouble. Death being Sunray. Death is gonna die. Supernova now committed in the middle of the fight, so they can't come and jump onto Armel. They need to retreat away from this. Axe is gone. No buyback available for him. Gabby and the gang running towards the Roshan pit until somebody checked the timer. There we go. Somebody checked it. Yeah, there we go. I love it whenever that happens in these games. People are like, okay, we go. Oh, Rosh. Oh, wait. Sorry, man. Got the timer. There's no way. So now you'll just take the outpost as a consolation. And this might lead to the momentum necessary to push and try force some kind of building. Unfortunately for them, Axe just regained his buyback. We can return into this fight. Raven now starting to output a beyond ludicrous amount of damage. I really want to see what happens on the scoreboard when we check out the numbers. Especially now that you're sitting with this Ballista for the additional attack range. Are you kidding me? Ballista on Arc Warden. Seriously, dude. Alright. Moonlight Shadow activated by Fnatic as they want to try and defend against TNC, who are looking for this final push in the top lane. Axe will buy back. Blue hole committed now by Chuan in the middle of the fight. Catches 3 heroes. The jump in from Jabs. Where's Death? Watch the Axe. There's the Axe. Axe gets the call. Only gets it onto Bok though. Bok will die, but they've already lost Armel. Everybody else needs to get the hell out of here. Arrow will not connect. Snowball will dodge it, but there's no way to survive here for Tims. He's going to end up getting brought down. The blue hole with the damage from Raven. Jeez Louise. To be fair, the Mirana, no slouch in that fight. Those triple arrows being quite instrumental. One caught Armel. Next thing you know, he's dead. But Fnatic, they get back their 24k gold lead. Still not at 29, the peak that they've reached in this game. What a topsy-turvy game. And because of the fact that none of these heroes are brought back from the side of TNC, and because of the fact that Axe doesn't have buyback, Chuan doesn't have buyback, they're going to wait until these buybacks return before they make another big move again. Well, they gave Axe the Aegis of the Immortal. This actually makes more sense. Chuan has buyback in 1 minute. So the hero that has buyback only in 6, he's the one that gets the Aegis. The other one is the one that gets to use his gold. Enjoy life. Bok buying back. Needs to try and be with his team to defend here. Boomy Aeon Disc is procced. 80 seconds now on cooldown. And they cannot run forward without Armel and defend the rack, so they end up losing the second lane. Jump in. Chuan finds Gabby. There's a little bit of danger here for the CB. Death goes in, but this was maybe not a best advised move from Death. But they also forced out the Supernova. Okay. I don't think they have a refresher shot. So now there's no Supernova available. Jabs will come in. Arrow connected onto Boomy. Boomy's gonna be one of the first casualties of this fight. Gabby though gets off the meta, gets off the thunder, but unfortunately there's too much damage from Raven. Look at the Arc Warden go. Just dishing out these deeps from afar. Gabby forced to buy back. Can they run them out of the base here? BKB popped by Raven just to make sure that he can escape. They throw back a couple of arrows. Raven, this is why people pick Arc Warden, to get to this point, but normally people don't get here. Usually when we get to the 69-minute point in a game, what we often have is that Arc Warden is in a defensive position, trying to justify why the hero was picked, and the enemy team is struggling to finish the game, and it's because of Arc Warden just holding things out, stalling out with the magnetic fields, ratting out the map, split pushing the waves. In this situation, the value of Arc Warden just coming from this raw damage and just pushing these heroes away. Look at this Ballista. Armel called again. Armel's gone. Does have buyback. Gabby now fighting against this Raven Tempest double. They commit the Sun Ray from Boomy. They still haven't brought down the Tempest double. Finally it dies, but not before bringing down the Rain Drax with it. One building away from 4 mega creeps. Armel tosses back the Tempest double. The Draven is such a problem. Chuan, oh god! Chuan found Gabby! Chuan found Gabby! This game might just be over. Supernova, can it protect Armel? They're trying to use it to do so. No, it cannot. They destroy the egg. They destroy the rock. They destroy Tims' life as well. as they destroy all hope for TNC being able to win this game and come back. It's GG, and Fnatic take the 2-0. 70 minutes in, they do it with Arc freaking Warden. Ballista Arc Warden. Seems balanced. Seems balanced. Seems pretty fair and balanced in my opinion. That was so stupid. It was actually really hilarious, right? So half these fights, you'd see Gabby there, Gabby or Armel. They'd be near the Storm Spirit, wanting to kill Storm Spirit, but unable to close the gap onto Storm Spirit, just being knocked back. And because of the obscene attack speed available on this Arc Warden, having the Moonshot, Mjolnir, Swift Blink, Hurricane Pike, and this Ballista. Alright, good times. Good times. Good times. That was something. That was something. And Fnatic, okay, with Arc Warden, with the Raven, but yo, Chuan Storm Spirit. Yo, in chat, let's do it. Let's do it. Y'all know what time it is. You know what we have to do in chat. For our boy Chuan here, who put in that work. My god. What a Storm Spirit performance on this one. Played impeccably. A lot of these fights, they were so close on TNC Predator to killing him, and they'd overcommit somewhat, and then he'd zip away. I mean, to be fair, TNC Predator also started to get into a situation where you're late game versus Arc Warden. You're getting somewhat cheesed with the clone just running at you, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's a bit annoying. But in terms of what actually happened in the fights, the impactful plays, who targeted the correct person in the engagements, Chuan did everything right this game. This Aghanim Scepter pickup, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That first time that he used it in that top fight, as they were trying to push onto the high ground, sucking in 3 heroes, and the damage from Raven, my goodness. Oh yeah, by the way, wanted to see how much... Okay, I don't know if anybody saw that. I don't know if anybody saw that. Hold on. How much in chat? Let me know. I'm gonna quickly issue points. Let me know how much damage you think this Arc Warden did. I caught a glimpse with my eye. Let me know. Let me know how much damage you think he did. How much damage? Let's hear. Ah, somebody probably saw 9 million damage. We got 100, we got 120. Let's take one more. What we got? Javine, come on, man. 3. Come on, man. Come on. All right. Let's reveal this. Arc Warden for Raven dealt 115,000 damage, but Gabby dealt 144,000 damage. Okay, to put that into context for how much damage this actually is, Raven did more damage than Armel, Sims. Let's add Boomy to that. Yeah. So all 3 of those heroes and slight, maybe half of box damage would be how much damage Raven did alone. At the same time, Gabby did more damage than everybody on Fnatic except Raven combined. Just wild game. All right, I feel regretful for Execration versus Boom Esports, which is up next, so don't go anywhere. Because I think TNC, I want to see more of this, right? I hope that they do well tomorrow, but I want to see more of this. Give me this best of 5. Give me 10,000 games exactly like this, please. I'll take it in my veins directly. Ah, what a game. Lovely stuff. Fnatic, congratulations to them. They are through to the grand finals here in the playoff side. Qualifying for TI10 is within reach, within grasp. They just need to win one more best of 5. For the side of TNC, the journey is a little bit more difficult. They have to win a best of 3 and then a best of 5. However, for Execration versus Boom Esports, one of those 2 teams is going to be going home today. That's the matchup we have next. Their journey is difficult. You have to win today, win tomorrow, and then beat this Fnatic. This one, which is seeming like death is a revelation for the team. They seem so good, seem so clean on the map. Chuan back to the mid lane. It's just working, man. I'm one of those guys that was hating on Moon for a while. So this is just lovely stuff to see. So Fnatic, we'll see them again tomorrow as well as TNC. For now, we turn our attention towards Execration and Boom Esports. So we're going to take a small break while those teams get ready to play. So in the meantime, go stretch your legs, get some water, go hang out. Oh, you got to run, Loki. Go take it easy, Loki. Enjoy life. Stay hydrated. Please don't get coronavirus. And yes, 103 net. Oh man, this game was wild. Anyway, we're done with this one and we shall continue with some dotes next. The next game is coming soon. Don't go anywhere. Like I said, I believe they already should be in the lobby, or they might have even launched the lobby. Awesome. So we're really not far away from the game going live. So stick around and we'll be back with some more Dota 2. In the meantime, make sure that you are following the channel. Make sure that you're subscribed. Make sure that you're a patron on Patreon or donate one time here through PayPal. Makes all the difference in the world. Gives me a roof over the head, gives us the gear to cast with, and keeps me fed, watered, and hyped for this Dota 2 action. Oh snap. This is gonna be a bit awkward, y'all. This is gonna be a bit awkward. Wait, why isn't this working? Hold on. Where my camera go? Where my camera? Hey. Alright, this is gonna be a little bit awkward. I gotta go. There is work I gotta do. I forgot that I legitimately lost track of time. I forgot it was Friday. So I forgot that it's a FIFA day. So I gotta go do FIFA. I'm sorry. It is what it is though. Yeah, I gotta go do that in like 20 minutes. So I'm gonna just make sure I get some food in myself, feed myself, that kind of thing. Feels bad. Forgive me. I think Execration is going to lose 2-1 against Boom. However, I was really wrong about the upper bracket one, so we'll see how it goes. Either way, yeah. Thanks for being with me today, y'all. Y'all were amazing. Y'all were dope. But the journey has come to an end. It is over. It is GG. We are done for the day, but we'll return tomorrow. And I think we'll have more time tomorrow, right? Given that we'll be starting from much earlier. There's fewer games, only 2 series. I believe the first one starts at 7, and then the next one will start definitely before like 1 o'clock, which is, I think, when this one started. No, it started later than 1 o'clock. It started late as hell. And the games went on long as hell. So we'll see how tomorrow goes. For now, shutting up shop. It's your boy Snare. Until tomorrow. Thank you everybody for being here. My appreciation goes so deep that I'm not even going to shill on the outro. And I'll just say I love y'all. And I hope for you the best that the world has to offer. See you tomorrow. Peace out.